We will begin our ceremony today singing our national anthem. May I request all to rise and sing our national anthem. Thank you. You may be seated. On behalf of International Conference on Green Technology and Sustainable Development, GTSD 2019, I would like to personally welcome each of you. Our heartfelt appreciation to our VVIPs for gracing today's event. Our distinguished guests are as follows. Yang Berbahagia Dr. Haji Haris Kasim, Mayor Shah Alam City Council. Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazib Suratman, Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation UIPM. Yang Berusaha Ayah Dr. Sanjayan Benayunan, Chief Executive Officer of Sustainable Energy Development Authority, SEDA. Yang Berusaha Mr. Muhammad Rashidi Ruslan, Deputy Mayor Shah Alam City Council. Yang Berbahagia Adjunct Professor Anthony Wong, Managing Director of the Franchipani Langkawi Resort and Spa and Eco Green Design and Construction Sdn Berhad. Yang Berusaha Mr. Azhar Abdul Rauf, Director of Industrial Center of Innovation in Bio-Natural Gas Syrup Industrial Research. Yang Berbahagia Mr. Muhammad Nizam Muhammad Jafar, Director MNJ Teras Sdn Berhad. Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Datin Dr. Arnis Asmat, Conference Chair, First International Conference on GTSD 2019. Deans of Faculty, Directors from Office of Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation UIPM, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Many of you have made a huge effort to join us today. On behalf of us all at GTSD 2019, we are deeply appreciative and offer you our most grateful welcome. My name is Dr. Bajit Singh and I will be your Master of Ceremonies for this event. The theme of this conference is Building Green Capacity for Sustainable Future. The main purpose of green technology and sustainable development at UIPM is to allow UIPM researchers focus on the development of green and energy efficient technologies that will sustain the Earth's resources. Today's conference allows us to have a platform for all members to participate and share their highlights in the field of green technology and sustainable development. The GTSD 2019 International Conference provides an avenue for a discussion and sharing of ideas among researchers, decision makers, industries and students. Prominent speakers from agencies, industries and universities which feature in the keynote speech, industrial forum and invited speech on the topic related to renewable energy, environmental and social health, built environment, as well as sustainability, which become a central of conference sharing. Before we move forward, We would like to obtain divine blessing for smooth and blessed running for today's event. I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Ahmad Rizwan for Dua recital.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين اللهم إنك خلاق العظيم إنك سميع عليم إنك غفور رحيم إنك رب العرش العظيم إنك البر الجواد الكريم Ya Allah, Engkaulah yang mempunyai segala kepujian. Engkaulah yang berhak menerima segala kepujian. Engkaulah yang berhak menerima segala kesyukuran. Engkaulah yang memiliki segala pemerintahan. Di tangan Engkau segala kebajikan. Kepada Engkaulah kami kembali segala urusan. Allahumma ya karimu ya rahim, cucurilah rahmat dan rahimmu ke atas majlis pada pagi ini ya Allah. Berkatilah ia dari awal hingga akhirnya ya Allah. Ya fa'alu ma lima yurid. Kami juga memohon perlindungan daripada-Mu dari segala perkara yang boleh mencegah celakan majlis kami dan daripada segala perkara yang melalaikan kami dari berbuat taat kepada-Mu. Kepada-Mu juga kami serah segala urusan kami. Rabbana 'alaika tawakkalna wa ilaika anabna wa ilaikal masir. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar wa qina azabannar wa qina azabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wasallam walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Thank you to Mr. Muhammad Ahmad Rizwan. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children, as quoted by a Native American proverb. On that note, let us begin with our session today with welcoming remark. I would like to invite Young Berusaha Associate Professor Datin Dr. Adis Asmat, Conference Chair, First International Conference on GTSD 2019, to be on stage to deliver her welcoming remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Bazid, for our MC of today. Yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Muhammad Anis Rahman, Deputy Vice Chancellor Research Innovation at UiTM. Yang berbahagia Dato' Haji Haris Kasim, Mayor Shah Alam City Council, MBSA. Yang berusaha IR Dr. Sanjayan Velatham, Chief Executive Officer CEO of Sustainable Energy Development Authority, SEDA. Yang berusaha Mr. Muhammad Rashidi Ruswan, Deputy Mayor Shah Alam City Council. Yang berbahagia Adjunct Professor Anthony Wong, Managing Director of the Frangipani Langkawi Resort and Spa and Eco Green Design and Construction Durian Berhad. Yang berusaha Mr. Azhar Abdul Rauf, Director of Industrial Center of Innovation in Bio-Natural Gas Syrian Industrial Research. Yang berusaha Mr. Muhammad Nizar Muhammad Jafar, Director of MNJ Terasa Durian Berhad, Smart Cities and Sustainable. Yang Deans of Faculty, Directors from Office of Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, UiTM. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a true pleasure for me to welcome you to the first International Conference of Green Technology and Sustainable Development, GTSD 2019. I'm very grateful to the Honorable Dato' Haji Haris Kasim, the Mayor of Shah Alam City Council, MBSA, for his willingness to become our guest of honor for today's event. To Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazir Surahman for taking time off from your busy schedule to be with us. As a conference chair and representative of conference committee, we are very proud to serve GTSD 2019 with the collaboration of Shah Alam City Councils and MBSA with the theme Building Green Capacity for Sustainable Future. The theme chosen in line with the collaboration effort between UiTM and Deal Partnership for making positive progress on the Sustainable Development Agenda. One of significant collaboration between UiTM and NBSA is jointly undertake the Carbon Low City Initiative 2030 and have signed the Memorandum of Understanding on the 19th August 2019. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for 2019, the first International GTSD Conference is the continuous series of events that began last year. It was a big lead to GTSD community of research for making the significant impact on sustainable agenda at UiTM. And this year, we are expanding the conference platform at the international sphere, where the invitation has opened to international participant agencies and industries for joining us. UiTM consistently drives the research community of in the university to play a leading role in delivering relevant research output for the Sustainable Development Goals (SDG). The establishment of GTSD core under the Office of Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation as a platform in fostering sustainable environment through research, development and innovation, which can accelerate and support the actions on achieving SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, GTSD 2019 proudly brought to you an impressive roster of distinguished speakers from industry, from knowledge sharing in advanced and best practices in green and sustainable development. Our distinguished keynote yang berbahagia IR Dr. Sanjayan Gautam, yang berusaha Tuan Muhammad Rashidi Ruslan, Adjunct Professor Anthony Wong, and also we have Mr. Azhar Abdul Rauf. With the new feature of conference highlight GTSD 2019 also introduce you the industrial forum with the topic is going green, expensive, inconvenient and time consuming. We have three remarkable panels from industries, practitioner and NGO. We have MNJ Trust Senior Berhad, Mr. Muhammad Nizar bin Muhammad Jafar. We also have Mrs. Khairia Talha from KW Associate Planners and Mr. Munib Yusuf from Urban Hijau. Don't miss this exciting discussion, and Encik Muhammad Noor Ismawi Ismail, our senior lecturer from Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management UiTM, will become our moderator to spice up the discussions. GTSD 2019 have made 6 parallel sessions with the spectrum of topic is very current and broad in the field of green technology and sustainable development. I hope this conference will be an impetus and further stimulate research in the areas of green technology and sustainable development for better regional and global environment. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it goes without saying, the effort required in organizing, holding this kind of conference are extensive, regardless if it's small scale or big scale. The time, the effort, the commitment, the ideas, and the solution from these energetic, inspiring team are tremendously amazing. Therefore, I would humbly like to take this opportunity to express the utmost gratitude to the GTSD 2019 Organizing Committee for their exemplary effort and remarkable job. Ladies and gentlemen, let's together give them a big round of applause. I'm also honored to announce my special thanks goes to the Office of Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation for its undivided support throughout the conference preparations. Thanks to the Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazif Suratman, our Deputy Vice Chancellor. And sincere appreciation also goes to general sponsor MNJ Trust Senior Berhad. Thank you, Mr. Liza, and collaborators Shah Alam City Council, MBSA, and supporting organizers, international participants, agencies, NGOs, and all higher education institutes who have recognized this conference as an important scientific value. To the students, take this opportunity to expand your network. If you are looking for research advisor or potential examiners, perhaps this is the platform. Last but not least, I acknowledge my gratitude to all speakers, presenters, section chair, participants, to any individual which contribute directly and indirectly their time and effort have made this conference great success possible. I hope the deliberation from various speakers will benefit the participants to update their knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I thank for being part of this significant event and enjoy the sharing and networking. Your green footprint is significant for making positive impact to the whole universe. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
I would like to invite up on stage Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazif Suratman, Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation UiTM, for his opening remarks and officiating our conference today.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Baljit Singh. Yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Haris Kasim, Mayor Shah Alam City Council, MPSA. Thank you, Datuk, for your presence despite your hectic schedule. And Yang Berusaha Insinyur Dr. Sanjayan Velutham, CEO of the Sustainable Energy Development Authority, SEDA. Yang Berusaha Mr. Muhammad Rashidi Ruslan, Deputy Mayor Shah Alam City Council, Yang Berbahagia Ejang Professor Anthony Wong, Managing Director of the Frankie Planning Langkawi Resort and Spa and Eco Green Design and Construction Berhad, and Mr. Azhar Rauf, the Director of Industrial Center of Innovations and Bio-Natural Gas, Siring Industrial Research, Yang Berusaha Mr. Muhammad Nizar Muhammad Jaafar, the Director of MNJ Trust, Sinar Berhad, Smart Cities and Sustainable. Thank you for sharing with me your innovations, very impressive indeed. Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Datin Dr. Arnis Asmat, the Conference Chair for the first International Conference of GTSD 2019, the Deans of the Faculty, the Directors, the colleagues from the Office of Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome all of you to our first international conference on green technology and sustainable development, GTSD 2019, which is aiming to highlight the global issues and finding solutions towards the Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) agenda. As a public higher education, UiTM has always driven the research community to produce relevant research outputs for sustainable development in line with the SDG goals. One of the significant efforts from the Office of Deputy Vice Chancellor is the establishment of 7 Community of Research core, one of which is Green Technology and Sustainable Development, GTSD. So the researchers of core are focused on the environmental climate change, green technology to attain sustainable development and environment. GTSD has 41 research intergroups under 6 clusters, which are the green technology, the renewable energy, the environmental and climate change, sustainable and green agriculture, water resources, water quality, and the built environment. Many activities under GTSD, such as writing workshops, UiTM Green Campus Initiative, Low Carbon Cities Framework, LCCF, and research collaboration with agencies and industries. The important highlights of GTSD, which has been established, close collaboration with the Shah Alam City Council, MBSA. So the MOU, this is mentioned by Datin Arnis just now. We have signed it on the 19th of August 2019, in which the understanding is to focus on sustainable development, which are a few projects under LCCF. For example, the New Urban Agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals, which is in the efforts for us to address environmental issues locally, nationally, and globally. MBSA has appointed 5 experts from UiTM related to sustainable development, green technology, and low carbon programs as Shah Alam Green Ambassadors 2019-2020 to jointly undertake the Carbon Low City Initiative by 2030. I am proud to mention the list of ambassadors. First is Associate Professor Dr. Arnis Asmat, who herself the chair of the Students' Conference. Associate Professor Dr. Ramlan Zalani, is he here? Ramlan Zalani is another ambassador. Associate Professor Dr. Juliana Johari, she's the Dean of the Faculty of Electrical Engineering, and Dr. Siti Nur Haja Muhammad Latif. Yeah, I see her around just now. And Dr. Azrin Muhammad Azmi. For the list of the ambassador, we congratulate you and we hope we can contribute towards achieving our objective of LCCF. And on the 9th of October 2019, MESTEC has recognized UiTM towards low carbon city campus, which is incorporated into the low carbon city 2030 challenge under the Asian SDGs frontrunner cities. In the ceremony, UiTM has awarded with the promotional certificate and 1 diamond rating recognitions of the best practice 1, which is carbon reduction level between 1 to 5%. Congratulations to the LCCR UiTM MBSA committee in these wonderful recognitions of the merit led by Associate Professor Datin Dr. Asnis Ahmad. Many collaboration between UiTM and Shah Alam City Council has been achieved so far, and I'm proud to inform you that several papers that will be presented today is as a result of this collaboration. So there will be a joint publication with MBSA in the areas of green technology and sustainable development. So the both agencies also will continue and support the aspirations of the low carbon city Shah Alam, and the organizing of the conference in this line to increase the importance of climate change. So MBSA has selected several areas within the city of Shah Alam, including UiTM Section 1 as one of the areas for the LCCF 2019 project. The funding includes a building access program for knowledge transfer and student internship attachment in the implementation of LCCF at UiTM beginning in the early 2019, and more projects towards SDG for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the keynote speaker from the prominent green players in Malaysia, which is from the Sustainable Energy Development Authority, SEDAR. Thank you, SEDAR, for being part of this conference. And of course, the MBSA, Sirin Industrial Research, the Frahipani, I hope I pronounced correctly here, Langkawi Resorts, and Spark and Eco Green Design and Construction Berhad. We also appreciate all panels from different industrial representatives from MNJ Trust Sdn Bhd, MNJ Trust Sdn Bhd, Smart Cities and Sustainable, and not forgetting KW Associate Planners and Urban Hijau. On behalf of UiTM, I would like also to thank the active participations from the local universities, agencies, from the Lembaga Koko Malaysia Sdn Bhd, Lembaga Koko Malaysia, from Shah Alam City Council, and of course from the international participants from Federal University, Gashua, Nigeria. Any international participants? Oh, you are the one. Welcome to Malaysia and to UiTM. Please extend your stay to enjoy the food and the beautiful city of Shah Alam. And also from Institute Pertanian Bogor, Indonesia. Are they here? Please enjoy your stay, and thank you each and every one of you for being here with us today. So I hope everyone will eagerly look forward to what we have planned for this year's event, from an exciting lineup of research areas, insightful oral presentation from the participants from far and near, and the valuable networking opportunities to provide them and develop, expand business capabilities of all GTSD 2019 participants. Hopefully this event could bridge the researcher towards the academic collaborations in the future. So I would like to take this opportunity as well to extend an early invitation to our presenters to join again for the second international conference in the next year. Last but not least, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the conference chair, Associate Professor Dr. Datin Dr. Asnis Ahmad, the committee members of GTSD 2019, which initially a member of Entity of Excellence UiTM under GTSD, who have worked hard to ensure the smooth running and success of GTSD 2019. To our industrial and government partners in this GTSD 2019, we thank you for your generous support. We hope that you will continue to support all community of research events and the development of research in the near future. On that note, and in the name of Allah, most beneficent and most merciful, I hereby officiate the first international conference on Green Technology and Sustainable Development 2019, GTSD 2019 for this year. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazib Suratman, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, UiTM. We are now very pleased to present a short video montage related to our conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you have enjoyed the short montage presented just now. Today, it is my great pleasure to announce the launching ceremony of our new edition of books. The titles of the books are Advancing Towards Campus Carbon Neutrality and Green Attack, How to Become Green Ventures. Before we move to the launching ceremony, I would like to inform the audience very short synopsis on the two books. The book titled Advancing Towards Campus Carbon Neutrality provides an overview on carbon neutrality or having a net zero carbon footprint, refers to achieving net zero carbon dioxide emissions by balancing carbon emissions with carbon removal. Universities have a special need to address climate change and a special role in advancing sustainability goals. Pursuit of carbon neutrality requires bold resources and commitment to change, not only to kickstart the initiatives, but also to keep it rolling. A vast array of solutions and technologies are available to help campuses achieve carbon neutrality and be leaders in the national movement towards a sustainable future. The second book titled Green Attack: How to Become Green Avengers is based on concepts of superheroes. Superheroes have been with us for a very long time, ever since the dawn of civilization. From Hercules to Iron Man, superheroes continue to live amongst us and save us from evil villains to hideous aliens. Yet, today the greatest challenge in front of humanity is global warming and climate change. This book provides on what and how in which communities can be superheroes and continue to the climate action through creative green activities. A green superhero can empower the entire community to make a difference. I would like to invite young Bahagia Dr. Haji Haris Kasim, Mayor Shah City Council, accompanied by Tuan Aliza, together with young Bahagia Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazir Suratman, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation UITM, accompanied by young Berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Anis Asman up on the stage for the book launching ceremony. Both our distinguished guests to symbolically launch both the books. Thank you to our distinguished guests. We would like to request our distinguished guests to be on stage for our next ceremony. To show our appreciation to our sponsors, I would like to request young Bahagia Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazir Suratman to give a token of appreciation to our sponsor, Mr. Muhammad Nizam Muhammad Jafar, Director MNJ Tara Sanjanahat, for a sponsorship amount of 5,000 ringgit for GTSD 2019 conference. Please give him a big round of applause. We will now move on to the Best Paper Award ceremony for GTSD 2019 conference. The purpose of the Best Overall Paper Award is to recognize and promote quality contributions to academic research and writing among scholars and students who present papers at this conference. GTSD 2019 wish to recognize the outstanding work that is being published in their respective areas. We have a total of 6 papers for the best paper award. I would like to request Yang Berbahagia Dr. Haji Haris Kasim, Mayor Shah Alam City Council, to give away the awards for best paper award. I would like to invite our first recipient for best paper award up on stage to receive the best paper award. So the first recipient for best paper award, the title of the paper is An Assessment of Land Use Planning Activities through Development Plans in Urban Housing, and the author of this paper is Hamiza Noho. Using cloud brightness temperature of Himalayan infrared, the author of this paper is Nur Arita Hazali. distinguished guests, we would like to present a token of appreciation for gracing our ceremony today. For our gifts today, we are embarking on green gifts to reflect our green agenda. We also want to help people shift their ideas from conventional gifts to eco-friendly gifts, which will last far longer than other gifts. That is exactly what we want your gift to do, to leave a lasting memory. So today we have virtually a green plant as a gift. This plant is based on the concept of sustainability. Coconut is an approach to nature that is more sustainable. Removing the pot means less plastic, less waste. Literally translate, coconut means moss and dama means bog. So the original Japanese form of kokodama had miniature sculptured bonsai trees displayed on handmade pottery or pieces of driftwood. They encapsulated the Japanese aesthetic of wabi-sabi. The characteristics of wabi-sabi includes simplicity, warmth, earthiness, irregularity, roughness, naturality, acceptance, and observation. Today's kokodama have evolved into the string-bound orbs, spheres, or balls received in home and corporate sector. Carrying of kokodama includes soaking or misting. Misting should be done more frequently than soaking. When leaves show signs of wilting or when the soil at the base of the plant is lightly dry, soak the kokodama. Depending on the size of your kokodama, fill a bowl or bucket with room temperature water. Submerge your kokodama in the water with the plant side up. Allow it to soak for 8 to 10 minutes or until fully saturated with water. Remove kokodama from water and gently squeeze the moss ball to allow excess water to drain. Soaking should be done at least 4 days apart. As for the longevity factor, it lasts usually 2 to 3 years, as it is depending on the plant. When the roots of the plants are coming out with moss ball, it is a sign to remake it or replant it to a bigger place. To remake, simply dig out the moss by cutting the wire and remove the moss, cut the excess roots, and appropriate soil. So I would like to invite Yang Perbahagia, Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazir Suratman, Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, UITM, to present this green gift to Yang Perbahagia, Dr. Haji Haris Kasim, Mayor Shah City Council. Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazir Suratman, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, UITM. I would now request. Yep. I would now request Yang Sahar, Associate Professor Dr. Anis Asman, to present the gift to Yang Perbahagia, Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazir Suratman, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, UITM. Alright, thank you. I will request all our distinguished guests to be seated for our next session.
So to those in the audience that are not very familiar, we call ourselves SEDA, Sustainable Energy Development Authority of Malaysia, and for short it's SEDA, and we are actually an agency under the Ministry of Energy, Science, Technology, Environment and Climate Change. And for short, that is also known as MESTEC. And this is under YB Yo Di Hin, who is the Minister of this MESTEC, and we report out to the Ministry in terms of what we do We were set up or established in September 2011, together with what was known at that time in 11 as Renewable Energy Act. And our functions is basically to catalyze the sustainable energy regimes in Malaysia so that the penetration of renewable energy, energy efficiencies, or sustainable energy or tenaga lestari to take better hold in the energy mix in this country, Malaysia. So we promote, simulate, and facilitate. We also review, we do in the incentives that are derived from various funds towards the promotion of renewable energy in this country. So that's basically, in a nutshell, what SEDA does. So going on to what is it that Malaysia possesses in terms of energy policy. Way back in 1979, Malaysia has already had an energy policy on 3 principles. The principles were the supply objective, the utilization objective, and also the environmental objective. When we talk about the supply objective at that time, the focus was to ensure cost-effective, adequate, secure supply of energy. Also developing the indigenous forms of energy, be it renewable energy or fossil fuel. When we talked about the utilization objective, that was focusing on reducing the wasteful use of energy or energy efficiency and conservation that we need to take into consideration in whatever we do, be it in production, in transport, in conversions. The environmental objective was to minimize the impact of whatever we are doing in the form of using that energy to minimize the impact onto the environment. So these were already the principles set back in 1979. From there, we built on many other processes. In the later slides, you will see. But what is interesting is we are part of a global community that reports out our GHG, or the greenhouse gas. So from the pie chart, you can see that the energy sector is the biggest contributor of greenhouse gases in Malaysia. And it has grown from the year of our first communication in 2000 and the second in 2014 from 68% to 80%. So I think there are many efforts from the policy translation we will go through today. So that's what we need to address in terms of how do we need to go through to understand that we address the issues of greenhouse gas in Malaysia. So this is the RE development in terms of the policies and strategies according to Rancangan Malaysia or Malaysia Plan. Yeah? So Rancangan Malaysia or the Malaysian Plan, the 8th Malaysian Plan, in year 2000 actually specifically introduced what is known as the introduction of the 5th fuel, which is RE, is renewable energy. In the 9th Malaysian Plan, there was specific addressing of what is known as SREP program, or the Small Renewable Energy Program, and the government set itself various targets in terms of the national energy policy. Then what happened? In the 10th Malaysian Plan is when SEDA was enacted with the Renewable Energy Act. So why this came about is simply because from year 2000 to 2010, while there were voluntary processes in place, the penetration of renewable energy in this country was not at the rate that we desired. So it became a little bit more effective, or it was thought to be more effective when rules and regulations and laws were set in, and we can see the impact over the years after the enactment of the Renewable Energy Act. In the Rancangan Malaysia ke-11, or the 11th Malaysian Plan, we set ourselves targets, which is now undergoing targets, and we'll see this number compared to what we are today. The number is 2080 megawatts. And of course, we started, and you may know, the large solar farms in Malaysia, and we also started the net energy metering. So where are we today? This is as of December 2018. That's the pie chart that tells you that 78% of our electricity in Malaysia is produced by fossil fuel, mostly from natural gas and some by coal. What happens is you've got large hydros and the rest is renewable energy. That is where we are today, 6% and 2057 megawatts. So in Rancangan Malaysia ke-11, you can see the number was 2087 megawatts. In 2018, we are already 2057 megawatts of renewable energy. So we are up and running in terms of injecting the penetration of RE in this country. What happens is our definition in Malaysia is hydros more than 100 megawatts are not considered into the statistics of renewable energy. So renewable energy is up to 100 megawatts of hydro. And that makes today, so that mix in electricity is 6% as of today. But you can see from here, that is the Malaysian policy and target for us to reach by 2025. So Malaysia needs to reach 20% of its capacity mix contributed by RE by 2025. We are 6% today. So that's actually a very tall order in the remaining 6 years. But we believe, and you'll see the walk, we believe that is not difficult to achieve if all of us, the private sector, the government, and the academia, work together in terms of finding solutions to reach that goal. So I hope the colors are clear. The hall is not too dark, but what happens is you can see after SEDA was set up, that's how much that 6%, if you see here, if you add all that numbers up, will give you 2057 megawatts. That's where we are at 6% today. But you can see that we are growing. When we started off, it was a lot of biomass because the palm oil industries were well ahead to produce their own electricity using palm oil waste. And what you see slowly growing up is the red part, which was the non-large solar system through the feed-in tariff system and the net energy metering that has been growing. And what happens is in 18, you see 2 yellow spots there. That's when Malaysia started to introduce in 2016 the large solar farms. And that is now being implemented and it's coming on stream. It takes about 2 years generally to get onto stream. The interesting part, if you look at this is sort of a linear growth. But if you look at this, it starts to turn upwards, right? So that is essentially an exponential growth at a certain rate. So if we tend to follow that and we project that, then I think the 20% is well within our reach by 2025. So to do that, SEDA today is drawing up what is known as the Renewable Energy Transition Roadmap. And first, if you want to do that roadmap, you need to know where you are as the baseline, and you need to know how much potential you have in the country, whether you can reach that targets we set ourselves. So, ladies and gentlemen, the solar is actually infinite. Because if you've got land, you can plant. As long as there's land that is usable, you plant it, you get it. So, for an example here, even if you take 5%, here we took only 1.4%. If you read the fine prints, we have excluded all good land and only the arid land that should be planted up with ground-mounted solar. If you take that, that's only 1.2% of the whole square meter of Malaysia. And even if you take that, and 5% of that can give you, this is too close, yeah? This has to be 10,500, and this here is the 21,000. So that's 10 gigawatt. If you looked at my earlier slide, the total installed capacity in Malaysia is 34 gigawatts. So if you add all the solar itself, that is more than triple of what is required in the country. But solar has its, of course, its downfall in terms of the variability of the discharge of electricity. So what happens is we have got rooftops. Universities are a great place to start installing rooftops. We've got 4.6 million rooftops in Malaysia. We have done that potential study. And if you take 40% of that rooftop, then you get that much, 42 gigawatts of energy that is available in potential. Water bodies, we have got a lot of empangan or reservoirs. We have got a lot of water bodies, unused tin mines, where floating solar, and we have taken about 76 or more than 70 water bodies existing that could actually take on floating solar panels. And that's the number, 16 gigawatt. So solar has a huge potential, and you'll see in the latest slides that becomes a critical driver in Malaysia to reach the goals of renewable energy. These are the other forms of renewable energy in Malaysia: biomass, biogas, and municipal waste. And they account for 3.5 gigawatts of potential. And then small hydros, 2.5. So these are potential of what we have in Malaysia has the resources that could be tapped on to increase the penetration of renewable energy in our energy mix. So what are the programs available presently in Malaysia? So as I said, solar is a big part of these programs that are available, and you can see the solar photovoltaic systems. We've got 3 major programs that are running. This is self-consumption. If you have a roof, you want to just generate electricity for yourself, get the service providers. There's a list of service providers in the SEDA website. You can contact them and they will help you put the solar panels on your roof for solar self-consumption, industries, commercial buildings, and so forth. But this means that you're not connected to the grid. And there is the criteria that are necessary to fit that is much less. Then, this is what we are trying to promote presently with all urban areas, the net energy metering, where you put the solar panels on your house, you generate for your house, and then the excess energy that is generated can be fed into the grid system, and TNB will offset your electricity bill according to a 1-to-1 offset. So if your tariff of your house is 51 cents, and you sell electricity at that tariff range to TNB, they'll offset it by 51 cents. So it's a 1-to-1 offset. No money payment, but it's offsetting of bills, yeah? And that happens under the NEM program. And then this is the large-scale solar where the Suruhanjaya Tenaga or Energy Commission has launched LSS1, LSS2, and LSS3 has just been launched this year. The results are not out. They should be out soon. And that's where the bigger players come in to actually sell solar directly into the grid as an independent power producer. And then there are various ways to actually support ourselves for mode of purchase. You can buy it by cash if you're fitting it into your house. You can go to the financial institutions. Financial institutions in Malaysia are recognizing solar as an asset to the home. Some of them are starting to give them different structures in terms of financing these solar panels on top of your roof. And you can get with TNB, you can work with them to have a power purchase agreement or lease where you don't come up with the capital investments. They do that for you, but they charge you on an energy payment on a lease, which is a fixed payment. So these are modes of payment for solar. So there's a lot of promotions and people are trying to get into this area, which is, as you saw, the potential is still very great. Then the three others, the biogas, the biomass, and the small hydros, are under the feed-in tariff system. The feed-in tariff system is a tariff system that pays a premium over a certain fixed tenure or period for you to be higher than what you would be paid if you went directly to sell it to the grid. So that is an incentivizing the smaller players into the renewable energy under the feed-in system. And SEDA sort of administers this. And to give you an example, if you see your electricity bill on a monthly basis, there is a 1.6% that is taken out of your bill. And that 1.6% of your bill is sent to what is known as the Renewable Energy Fund. And that fund is managed by SEDA, and that goes to support renewable energy programs under the feed-in tariff. So thank you everyone for contributing to this fund in building the renewable energy in this country. So, if you say it is easily reachable, then you must have a pathway. We must have a direction. We must know what we want to do over the next few years. So, this is what we are working on in terms of where is this 20% of renewable energy coming from. This is already installed, and that's the number we saw today. That is where we are at the end of December 2018, 2005. And if you do scenario buildings, you'll call business as usual when you build scenarios. In a business as usual, you see if you do nothing and you do whatever is in the program, where will you be? And these are all what is in the program or what has been established until 2025. We will reach another 2,806 without any initiatives. But there still leaves a gap of 4,001 to reach this number so that we are 20%. And where that is going to come is basically, you can see the large box of solar. So the LSS program, or the large solar park, would need to be extended to LSS4, LSS5, depending on how we grow over the next few years. But remember, the LSS is actually in 2 years. If you give out an LSS, they can come online very fast. They are much faster than conventional power plants. But we have also from biogas and biomass, and that's the walk we think we need to focus on in the next few years to establish the pipeline to make sure we reach the 4,000 by 2025. So the strategies, that's the walk, that's the numbers. So what would be the strategies to reach these things? And some of these strategies would be, this is where we are, this is where we want to go to reach the 20%, and this is all the established existing capacity of renewable energy in this country. And this is, if you add this up, it comes to this number. So to get that number, the LSS program will be an important program for us to carry on in the next few years, and to see that the effective translation to ensure what we call CD, or commercial operation dates, must be adhered to. We need to look at innovative programs, and I think here the institutions of higher learning are critical and catalysts to that thought of what are the new strategies. If there's a policy, what are the policies? And we can engage with these institutions of higher learning when we want to talk about. And I like to congratulate, there's a huge number of papers that are going to be presented, I see, and there are well-deserved papers this morning we received. So there is a need in this country to understand innovative ideas in terms of policies and strategies. And some of it that SEDA is already looking at it to share with you is, I think this is the NEM. We want to operationalize it and optimize it to make more delivery of the net energy metering. We like to encourage universities to put up their roofs with solar panels. We are also initiating, and the Ministry of Energy has already initiated that all its ministries would need to actually put up solar panels on its ministry. We are looking today, these are the other two things that SEDA is working. It's called peer-to-peer energy trading. That means if you put solar panel, you've got excess solar energy, you don't have to sell it to TNB. You can find someone who wants to buy at an agreed cost. So if you were at the iGEM recently, 2 weeks, actually SEDA launched the P2P. It's a sandboxing. We want to study it in the next 6 months to understand how the P2P framework can help Malaysia connect each other. Yeah, so it doesn't go through. So there will be a what is called macam kereta, like cars on the road. You just pay for the toll. So you pay the electricity company or TNB only when you use their grid. But then the prosumer who has got more energy sells to whoever is in the market who wants to buy this, but pays the toll for how much he uses. And that's the structure we have developed. We have got into agreements with TNB, Suruhanjaya Tenaga, or Energy Commission, and SEDA is working on a P2P. And you can come to our website and read this, what's happening. And that's just for 6 months. So by next year, June or July, we will want to come out with a feasibility study if Malaysia can actually extend that and see. And it uses blockchain technology. So you actually trade on a blockchain. You come in, people put out prices, you go in and you say what price I want to buy over the next few hours. So it's going to start by January next year. And the other one you will hear is the REC, which is the Renewable Energy Certification Mechanism. It's something that has been also launched in the iGEM. Tenaga Nasional is setting up a platform where you can trade what is called the green attributes. If you are generating green energy, then you get a green certificate for a certain sum. And then you can sell these certificates to other people who want to be green. There are companies in this world who want to be green, yeah? There are RE100 companies who only operate on green energy. That's the principle of companies. And these companies, if they can't buy directly electricity, they buy what is known as the REC, or Renewable Energy Certifications. And that's something we are also working on in Malaysia. So there are various ideas that need to be developed to encourage the penetration of renewable energy and make it marketable. Sorry, and the final one is the FIT. We will continue to give the feed-in tariffs, which will be about another 1 gigawatt or 1,000 megawatts over the next 5 years. So for that, you will need the intervention of government policies. And government policies is this again, we are talking to, in an arena of professors, the intellectuals of this country. And I think you are key people to generate that innovation in terms of what the government should be doing in terms of policies and structures. And of course the industrials who actually have their finger on the pulse. The academia may not have their finger on the pulse, but the industries do. But we need both ends to find the right solutions in terms of policies. And of course the other one is the support. I think in recent budget announcements, you would have heard the finance minister talking about green. This stands for green income tax allowances, green income tax exemptions that are being given for green projects in Malaysia. This is a funding mechanism, green technology fund schemes done by Green Tech, up to 100 million for big projects that will soften your loan by 2% for 7 years or a maximum loan period of 15 years. So these are already initiatives that are locked in and been announced by the finance minister in the last budget. And then you need the regulatory to kickstart, right? So if you want to do green tariffs has also been launched in Malaysia during iGEM. And the first person buying green tariffs in Malaysia is the ministry themselves are buying green tariffs. There's a green tariff rider of 8 cents in Malaysia, it's been announced. So there are many mechanisms that we are thinking of to allow and to encourage this. And this needs to be a continuous and honest process. So policies, I think, is very important in a country to be consistent. We cannot change policies as the solar panels going up and coming down. It has to be consistent so investors know where we are in the track to come and invest on consistent policies. So, okay, this has to be driven, of course, by investments by the private sector, by incentives given by the government as well. But this is where we think over the next 5 years, that is the amount of kind of investments that we're looking for in Malaysia to make this happen. 35 billion ringgit. Yeah, and you can, we have done the analysis to see, and again you see solar will be a big part of that investments to be brought forward, the RE penetration in this country. Jobs. The other thing that when we want to do anything is job creation. So I'm sure in this afternoon we are talking about digitalization and how the Internet of Things, Industrial Revolution 4.0, and how this comes about. But I'm told by the industrial players this morning during coffee, we were just talking, that even with digitalization, Internet of Things, there is still in Malaysia an opportunity to create jobs. Yeah? And in ASEAN, we have got 623 million people. And 50% of ASEAN is below the age of 30. Just imagine the market if we drive these things. Right? So, there's a lot of opportunities in job. So, digitalization is not taking it away. Yeah? It is enhancing ourselves to go across these boundaries and sell these ideas to people around the region. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I think. We have a responsibility as a global citizen. We have promised the people of the world that we will reduce our carbon dioxide emissions by 45% by the year 2030. And when we do a promise, we must always keep a promise. And we must do everything in our means to reach and keep that promise. So that's what Malaysia is already doing. We are striving, we are ensuring universities like UiTM are having these conferences, so it's the awareness gets bigger, the research is done, and you contribute. So thank you again for the universities. So what's our national? I think the policy makers, we will continue to focus on things that we want to reduce our dependency on petroleum products. Today, or you've seen the papers in the last week, Petronas is getting into things. Shell is getting into things in Malaysia, right? So people are aware it is coming on our shores. We need to focus on reducing our interaction with petroleum products. Mainstreaming environmental consideration is a whole cycle. I think the other speaker will be talking about food, about other ecological systems that support sustainable development. And of course, you don't want to go home, switch on the electricity, and you don't have electricity. We have become subservient to the need of having electricity always. And Malaysia has a very good record, the SAIDI, we call it the SAIDI index, it's not too bad. And we need to maintain that SAIDI index so that people, when they switch on their switches, get electricity. So reliability is very important, and this connects back with solar. Solar, when the sun shines, goes up. When the cloud crosses the sun, it goes down. So there is a variability, we call it variable renewable energy, and that needs to be addressed through technology, through planning, and so certain things. And of course, it has to be affordable. I mean, if I ask the crowd here to put up your hands, how many of us are committed to green energy? I would get most of you putting up your hands. Yeah? But when I say, how much of you are willing to pay the 10% of your TNB bill extra maybe 50% of the hands will go down. Yeah. Even me, yeah. I will say, hey, mengapa? Why? Right? So we need to look at how do we optimize price? How do we bring technology at affordable prices? And the customer. I think as customers, all of us want, as we move on, as the world is developing, we want to feel empowered. We want to make our choices. We want to say that I can choose between TNB, TN, whatever next. Yeah? We have a choice. And that choice is coming to our shores because the minister has already sort of stated it's called MESI, Malaysian Energy. Malaysian Energy, what? MESI, MESI 2.0, yeah. I forget that, what it actually means, right? So that is already been announced. We will move towards a liberalized energy market at some point. And so we as consumers, when we are empowered, we must make sure the present and the future generations would need to make sustainable customer choices. Yeah? I think that is where customers focus. And why I brought this is I am also passionate about, and I'm here today simply because I'm very passionate about institutes of higher learning. As educators, you play the biggest role. As students, you take on that knowledge from the educators. And today, I think the world of education is undergoing an ever-changing environment of functionality of the higher education. Simply because we cannot be within the boundaries of teaching and research and publishing papers. We must move towards what I call towards a knowledge-based to applicative-based education where you have to take discovery, societal impact, industrial applications and solutions and blend that into the basic fundamentals of physics. And then people come out, they can find jobs much better. So educators, again, I thank you for calling me up here and talking to you today, but you play a great role, and what I've seen today, thank you UITM, you are on a path to actually help us grow a green energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yang Guru Sir. I am Dr. Sanjayan Velayudhan, Chief Executive Officer, Sustainable Energy Development Authority, SEDA Malaysia, for your wonderful and insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with a big round of applause to thank our presenter for his presentation. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Haris bin Kasim, Mayor Shah Alam City Council, Yang Berusaha IR Dr. Sanjayan Velayudhan, CEO of SEDA, Yang berbahagia Enjang Professor Anthony Wong, Managing Director of the Regiment Penny and Kawi Resort and Spa and Eco Green Design and Construction Jambal Hat, Yang Berusaha Mr. Azhar Raud, Director of Industrial Center of Innovation in Bio Natural Gas, Sirim Industrial Research, Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Datin Dr. Anis Asmat, Conference Chair, First International Conference on GTSD 2019, Deans of Faculty, Director from Office of Deputy Vice Chancellor Research Innovation UITM, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My warmest welcome to all participants of the first International Conference on Green Technology Sustainable Development, ICGTSD 2019. It is indeed a great honor to be talking today on this stage. Today, I am Muhammad Rashidi Roslan, Deputy Mayor Shah Alam City Council, would like to take this precious opportunity to share the green journey of Shah Alam. Ladies and gentlemen, before we deep dive into what we have in MBSA, let's have a look at regional and national context. Selangor is considered the most developed state in Malaysia, and this could be seen by its urbanization coverage of more than 93%. Selangor also the biggest GDP contributor at 22.7%, and this is way ahead of other states in Malaysia. And of course, Shah Alam is the capital of this prosperous state. That means every 1 ringgit contributed by GDP, 30 cents is contributed by the people of the state of Selangor. Being the capital of Selangor, Shah Alam has to be planned, developed and managed with great expectation in mind. MBSA as the caretaker of Shah Alam, so to speak, has the vision in transforming Shah Alam into a quality, peaceful, conducive and renowned city. And in realizing the vision, we have outlined the missions. We will commit to enhance the delivery and administration system in ensuring an efficient, effective, competent and dynamic service towards excellence. For the past many decades, we have worked hard in bringing Shah Alam into a city for all, and the record shows it all. In 1995, the total population in Shah Alam was at 178,000. 5 years later, in year 2000, we recorded a landslide population increase of 127% to make the number to 403,000. We believe the influx in migration back then was due the opportunities and conducive living environment that Shah Alam has to offer. To top it all, we also committed to the Sustainable Development Principle and Aspirations since 1998 with our very own local Agenda 21 program, and continuous to this day with the recent Sustainable Development Goal (SDG) and New Urban Agenda (NUA) commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, we started our sustainable development journey as early as in 1998 with the Agenda 21 and local Agenda 21 programs. The LA21 program have been quite a success story, and we have been recognized as one of the most advanced cities in LA21 implementation and achievement in this country. In 2015, we embarked into the LCCF journey to further strengthen and renew our commitment towards sustainable development in Shah Alam. Our commitment in the Shah Alam Low Carbon City Initiative has its fundamental in the SDG and NUA framework, where it tailor-makes it into practical initiative that could be successfully implemented in Shah Alam. The initiative covers 4 major areas, which are the urban environment, urban transportation, urban infrastructure, and buildings. It was launched in 2017, and we target the carbon reduction Shah Alam could reach 45% by year 2030. As I mentioned before, we embarked on LCCF journey since year 2015, and by year 2018, we are proud to announce that it has been a success. Our pilot project was conducted in our town center with an area of 395 acres. By year 2018, we have recorded significant carbon reduction of almost 12% in the 6 pilot projects. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's dive deep into what we have done so far. And mind you that we have a lot more to work on in the future. We're concerned about the environment we live in. Thus, our core concentration would be our urban environment. Several programs have been implemented, such as Trees for Life campaign, which we are proud to mention, they managed to collaborate with many major stakeholders in making it a success. Apart from that, MBSA its own capacity has upgraded, managed and maintained the major open space and parks within the city center. We also believe that the effort in making better urban environment has to be inclusive. As such, we encourage the participation from our community by organizing a landscape competition. The competition will enable the people to have more active role in our effort, and at the same time they have the opportunity to showcase their creativity and unique feature in the neighborhood. Urban transportation is another area that was seriously part our effort in. Our major target will be the shift the urban transport model split from 10 to 90 to 35 to 65 by year 2030. As such, we aspire to increase the efficiency of the public transportation system in the city center and to improve the connectivity between the major public transport feeder system as well as the last mile points. Shah Alam also provides the Comfort Bus Smart Selangor, which connects main population areas with important public transportation system, public facilities and commercial area, and it is free for all. The new Bus Smart Selangor route has been extended from Terminal 70 to UITM Campus Shah Alam and was launched by the Chief Minister last month. All the cost of the Bus Smart Selangor route is fully borne by MBSA, especially for UITM students. Ladies and gentlemen, as a major city, waste management is another concern that needs to be addressed efficiently and delicately. This is an issue which is very sensitive to residents and for us. This is not something easy to be done. We believe waste management has to be implemented together with the people, and for the past several years, MBSA has promoted many programs in managing the waste efficiently. We also take another step further in introducing a more advanced approach in waste management, such as the composting program. These are some of the examples on our composting program we have implemented together with the residents of Shah Alam. Ladies and gentlemen, when we first started our LCCF project in 2015, one of the programs was to increase the energy efficiency of buildings in the town center. We have a total of 35 buildings altogether to the city center, but only 12 buildings participated during the first year. It was then increased to 25 in 2016, and finally we managed to incorporate all buildings in the project. Why? Because we start with our very own house, the Wisma MBSA. We managed to transform Wisma MBSA and all buildings built in the 80s to low carbon building. During the project, we encountered several interesting or rather shocking discoveries. Our very own Wisma MBSA has 31 electricity bill for a single building. This was due to the fact that it is an old building and the energy management was all over places. The respective department were managing it in silos, thus lead redundancy and inefficiency. We received a grant from SEDA amounting of 55,000, and with additional fund from our own coffer at 60,000, we strive to make it a success. As a result, we managed to reduce the energy cost for the building and enhance the efficiency.
These are some improvements that have been put in place which resulted in cost saving in the energy management. First is roof garden. Estimated cost saving is 9,622.80 per month. Estimated maintenance saving is 750 per month. Second is natural car park ventilations. Estimate cost saving is 19,245 and 60 cents per month. Estimated maintenance saving is 1,500 per month. Third is optimum building form and orientation. Estimate cost saving is 25,981 and 56 cents per month. Estimated maintenance saving is 3,000 per month. Fourth is district cooling with the thermal storage that were built in year 2006, way back before we start our low carbon program. Estimated cost saving is 74,122 and 98 cents per month. Estimated maintenance saving is 15,000 per month. Fifth is energy saving lift system. Estimated cost saving is 15,000 per month. Estimated maintenance saving is 11,000 per month. Sixth is energy saving cold water pump system with enhanced pump and pump controller. Estimated cost saving is 4,000 per month. Estimated maintenance saving 5,000 per month. And seventh, timer coupled with temperature control, a handling unit smart energizer. Estimated cost saving is 14,000 per month. New efficient electrical system coupled with timer auto controller. Estimate cost saving is 10,500 per month. Estimate maintenance saving is 1,800 per month. And LED light sensor and timer 2,600 per month, and estimate maintenance saving is 2,700 per month. With all the improvement, in total managed to save approximately is 211,000 per month. Not just that, our effort, the project has been recognized by many, namely SEDA certification on Green Pass operation, and second is Diamond recognition by Mestec and Green Tech. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have the Community Green Initiative, which bring the people of Shah Alam into our bandwagon, such as the Mini ZB program. It is an inter-neighborhood competition which includes a core sustainable development component that is implemented in the community areas. Our Car Free Day program also have become the thing activities among the residents now. We close the internal road in the city center from private vehicles on Sunday and letting the people enjoy the city center without the hustle and bustle of car and motorcycle. For information, MBSA is the only one that's run Car Free Day program every month without fail compared to other local authorities in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also indirectly has complied with several requirements in the SDG, Smart Selangor Vision, Smart Selangor Mampan, and also the Smart City Framework by the federal government. Shah Alam will also become the first city in Malaysia that will produce the Volunteer Local Report VLR for Shah Alam. Currently, there are only 7 cities in the world that we have produced such report. This is a bold action by MBSA, is showcasing our commitment towards sustainable development. These are some of the achievements by MBSA, a long journey, and we are proud to announce that there are more to come. Recently, during the International Green Tech and Eco Product Exhibition and Conference Malaysia 2019, MBSA was brought home 11 awards on low carbon zones and low carbon building awards. MBSA has also chosen as low carbon model town by APEC in representing cities in Asia Pacific. Our LCCF project is also recognized by European Union and United Nations, in which we were invited to share our experiences, commitment, and the success story during the regional workshop in Putrajaya. Ladies and gentlemen, Shah Alam also was selected as ASEAN SDGs Frontrunner Cities 2018 to 2020. This program is ASEAN-based integrated development program funded by the Japan ASEAN Integrated Fund and is chaired by the Institute for Global Environment Strategies. We just came back from Penang for Approved 7. MBSA is the sole local authority. Further, in Approved 7 were 4 papers we presented during the sharing session. Moving forward, we aspire to expand the coverage area for our LCCF project, in which by year 2020, 7 more city center projects will be implemented. The LCCF as outlined in the MBSA Strategy Plan 2015 to 2020. In the coming future, there will be a fully functional command center in Shah Alam. It is currently work in progress and will be implemented in phases until its completion. This is our effort in big data management towards developing Shah Alam into a smart city. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess that is all for now on Shah Alam journey in becoming a green city. Thank you again. We hope to share platform again to discuss what better for our city. Before I end presentation, I would like to leave you all with this special video, a city called Shah Alam. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you to Encik Muhammad Rashidi bin Roslan, Deputy Mayor Shah Alam Municipal Council, for his intriguing and wonderful presentation. So that's the end of our keynote session for now. Before we move on to the next event, I would like to invite Yang Berusaha, Associate Professor Datin Dr. Arnis Asman, accompanied by Dr. Siti Hajar, up on stage to give away a small token of appreciation to both our keynote speakers for today. I would like to call upon Yang Berusaha IR Dr. Sanjayan Velayudan, Chief Executive Officer from SEDA Malaysia, on stage to receive a token of appreciation. Thank you. Next, I would like to call upon Encik Muhammad Rashidi bin Roslan, Deputy Mayor Shah Alam Municipal Council, on stage to receive the token of appreciation.
A lot of people will ask what is a green sustainable hotel. We use the ASEAN Green Hotel Standard, which is part of GBI. Now, my background, I'm actually a naturalist. I started in nature tours in the 70s, and I developed it inbound tourists. We are actually the largest company in Asia overland, bringing tourists into Malaysia. Before Tourism Malaysia was started in 1986. I started my company in 76. So I developed Taman Negara Tours, homestay. Today the nature guide course was actually developed by yours truly, together with Frim. So I've been in the hotel business since 1988. The first hotel was Jungle Lodge in Gombak, but I was also involved in a large hotel in Langkawi. We opened with 273 rooms, but Langkawi was not known. So single digit occupancy, we sold it 3 years later. I had the opportunity to purchase an old hotel called Langkawi Village Resort, owned by Maldivian, in 2005. So the idea was to walk my talk. I said I'm going to make it the greenest in all the world. I started with Malaysia. Today, after 14 years, we are recognized the greenest in Southeast Asia. But with approval for my new design, it will be the greenest. In fact, I just spoke to Seda CEO. Can I turn my sewage to biogas within the hotel? Yeah, he says yes, it's possible. Write to me, I will check. Yeah, because many things we use is a resource. There's no sort of waste if you look at things. So on the island, these are the very big issue. When you talk about sustainability, what are you doing on water, waste, food, heat, pollution, erosion? Yeah, on the islands it's a lot more sensitive. So after 40 years, we have actually developed over 200 ways to save in all these areas. We don't have any organic stuff going out of the hotel. In fact, we collect waste food from 11 other hotels every day, 100 to 300 kilos of waste food. So I'm actually having 8 companies to run, 350 staff. I'm in Langkawi every week, 1 or 2 days. Tomorrow I'm there for a day. Many things to do, but I'm also involved in the academic field, teaching a number of years, plus also the professional body. I'm the secretary of the Hotel Owners Association, MAHO, and also on the board of Architects Engineer under Malaysian Green Building Council. Now we look at the big picture. We all know that climate change is coming. Sustainability is the key to many things. So what can we do? So we have to have a vision. We have an environment policy. I started with 1 environment and education officer. Today I have 3 full-time environment officers, and I have a little scientific lab in our hotel. Of course, now a lot of Bursa company compulsory to have a sustainable manager, because you have to teach all your department, you have to measure a lot of things. But what we do is, many schools of architecture and hotel, they come over to learn from us. Many corporate company comes to learn. So continuously we are sharing and teaching. Besides me teaching all over, so I have full-time staff doing that. I have 2 researchers with me in the city, in KL. So when we talk about sustainability, you must have a benchmark. So this is the ASEAN Green Hotel, but it is actually based on the GBI Malaysian Green Building as well as the LEED certification. But this catered for all of ASEAN. 3 years ago, when Malaysia was chairman of ASEAN, I did the ASEAN Green Hotel course for all the certifier of ASEAN, and that's where they told me you are the greenest. Yeah. So next year we're actually having another program, train the trainer, 2 from every country. But I'll be working with UNESCO to bring the other 40 old countries over to learn. We'll sponsor the program for poor countries. So these are all the criteria. I won't read to you because you'll have these notes later on. So all green building has similar criteria, yeah. But they live up in the ASEAN Green Hotel as well as GBI. The last one is they don't have food production. Why don't you have food production? Food is also sustainable. You need to have food, yeah. So this is the Malaysian Green Building Index, developed by architects and engineers. They started off in 2009. Yeah, this year is the 10th anniversary. But this year at Green Tech iGen, I was the person that developed the whole program. For 9 years, we talked about green building. So this year, thinking out the green building. Yeah, I started with leachate, later on urban farming. In fact, Munib also spoke on permaculture and urban farming. So depends on which country. The GBI rating must adapt to the country. Yeah, each country will put more wastage on the area that they want to emphasize. Of course, the leading GBI rating started from US, Leeds, so that next one you can see the different comparison. We had a lot more tools. In fact, of all the green building rating, we became more advanced than them. Best practice we copied and we went more detailed. French Penny actually just been rated. We are in the gold category for GBI because it's an old hotel. You cannot do a lot with structures. So of course we have to look at material. Yeah, reuse material you can. Timber certification. Special plastic where you can take UV so that you can use a lot of natural lighting to save on your lighting. I'll be very quick so you all have the concept, but you'll be here for you to the slides later on. Double glazing is common. You know, we treat our rainwater, I have 0.5 milliliter, but we treat it, but you can't use it for potable. If you use it for potable, then you have to do certification. You have to apply for a water license. So we just use it for garden and toilet flush. Now, wood is not friendly in our climate if it's exposed to the element. So it's better to, when it's exposed to rain and shine, it's better to have concrete. You want a building that lasts you 100 years. Because even the hardest wood out in the sun and rain, humidity, the fungus will eat it. Yeah. So we use every open space to harvest rainwater. Of course, you all know VOC green paint. Many paint companies now are VOC, without VOC. Now, this involves architecture. In green building, you need to design right. Once you design right, you actually save almost 10% of energy. So loss of natural light is called passive design. Yeah, cooling the building with natural plants and leaves as insulator. For those who have been to the hotel before we change it, if you go there today, 90% of the greenery was not there 14 years ago. We have planted thousands of plants. Yeah? Because you create what you call microclimate. The difference in microclimate can be 20 degrees. Yeah? With trees and without trees. So of course in this green hotel you need to make sure you have a grease trap. Yeah? The picture shows this is UK patent. the machine is produced in Penang. The oil comes in here, it moves slowly, and you will discharge into a container, so you don't have to physically use your hand to clean it, because people are lazy cleaning their grease trap. Yeah, normal grease trap. But those who are engineers, this is a traditional grease trap. So when I build my restaurant or expansion my farm, my grease trap, see, most of it is 3 layers. Why don't you build 6 or 8 layers? The more it goes through, the cleaner the water. And then you don't have to clean so often. So it's a matter of thinking more practical, because this is a British design 40, 50 years back. We need to change because there's much more oil today. Because in a bungalow, we keep cockroach away. Using gravity, the water will open the lid, and if not, you flip close back. Outdoor shower, people don't spend so much time, and they use less water. Yeah. Bottle is an issue in Langkawi, so we put the bottles into our wall, make it decorative. Yeah. We started with edible landscape 14 years ago. When people don't understand, kangkong is morning glory, mulberry leaf, tapioca, French penny flower. We have 287 French penny trees around the hotel. The hotel is 10 acres, so we get French penny tea from the flower. Organic tea, 100 gram, you're talking about 20 ringgit. Yeah, so you can sell it. So there are many things you can use, and it's natural, and you can still make money. At the end, it's always bottom line. People say green is expensive. There was a question, people say green is expensive. Green is actually a matter of being practical and make it very simple, and you will definitely get your return. We actually save just on water and energy. Water we save 8 to 12,000 a month, energy 20 to 30,000 a month on our practices. Loofah, we grow on site, roof insulation. Now, it's very hard to grow things on the beach. Anybody house on the beach or live near a beach? Yeah, you're living on. You can't hold water. If you cannot hold water, you cannot hold fertilizer. So you cannot grow anything on white sandy beach. But we have developed a system. Yeah, we will put cardboard newspaper on the U shape, and then that will hold the water. And then we put wood, waste wood, whatever wood we put there. Then we put compost. Then we plant the plant. So in that sense, you hold the water and you can grow on sandy soil. Yeah, that's how we grow a lot of plants, food now. Green roof, difference of temperature, 20 degrees. Now, the first picture you can see, the tree line, this was how the hotel looked like. The hotel is actually flat into the sea. So original tree line is here. I actually have grown my beach 5 to 12 meters, just letting the shore plants grow out, and then we grew coconut trees, sea almond out to stop beach erosion. I'll show you what happened. Now, one of the hotelier, he has been there for 30 years. He said we have lost 50 meters. So this is what's happened. It's been eroded, and the roots are hanging out. So this year, I put a 3-meter gabion wall, and it has brought the soil back. Yeah, I tried to look at many engineering design. No one wrote about this. I researched for 2-3 years, but it was actually a modeling test, and it worked. Yeah, what has happened in Langkawi when they built the seawall to protect the extension of the airport, it shifted the whole current of Pantai Chenang and Pantai Tengah. We're in Pantai Tengah. If you notice Pantai Tengah, No, Pantai Chenang has extended the beach. You go to Pantai Chenang, it's about 50 meters, 80 meters up. It used to be not so long. So he has taken the soil, the sand from Pantai Tengah this side and drop it there. Because of the seawall, the current doesn't come back. So it's just taking from Pantai Tengah in the southwest monsoon. So it's actually eroding our beach. Yeah? But this year I started and somehow it changed, it helped to stop the sand. Energy is 20 to 25% of operating cost of a hotel. So of course we actually got only about 27 kilowatt solar because I don't have roof space. But with the new development, I should be able, because we applied for 300 kilowatt. But it's good news that Sedasi will say I can also use my sewage to produce energy. But I also will be having a mini windmill up there. So if you can save on the energy, that's important. We use direct cooling, so that again makes your aircon more efficient. Yeah. So this is the graph for energy saving. We save about, since we took over the hotel, from the time we took over till today, we actually expanded another swimming pool, we opened spa, we have our own laundry. We'll save about 40% energy from day one. Again, natural lighting. Yeah, lots of natural lighting. The last one is the toilet at the swimming pool. We actually get rid of about 1,000 bottles. Yeah, again, natural sort of ventilation. It was small, yeah, very small. Now we expand it out, so we don't try not to use an exhaust fan. In the meeting room, there's our exhaust fan, natural, again, recycled battery. Now this is passive cooling. We have 150 aircon. Every time the compressor, when the sun comes up, you will heat the compressor. So now you put a plant down there, it cools it, so you don't have so much waste so much energy of cooling, because your compressor is not that hot. Because we have solar. Again, solar we upgrade it after 10 years. They guarantee this 14 years. We changed it recently for a better system. Yeah, we have our solar electric car, yeah, electric bike. Now water is the easiest thing to do. We first started with water saving, yeah? And wherever we have open space, we try to collect rainwater. We have 125 4,000 liter tank, which is 500,000. But in a year, because of when it's empty, rain comes empty, we actually use about 15 million liters of rainwater. But with our new building, I'll probably be putting about 2 to 2.5 million liter of rainwater. So every bit, but it must go with the design. Yeah, then you can save. But I say this is a bit ugly. Out back of the room, sometimes in front, but you can put it within your own building when you construct it. We also collect aircon water from the compressor. In a day, 1.5 hours aircon, you collect 8 to 12 liters of aircon water from humidity. Maintenance is important. We have a salt water pool. There's a saltiness of your eye drop, so you use less, about 40% chlorine. Use rock salt, but you cannot use sea water because it's not so clean. You don't know, because it's a public pool. You be very careful. But the water comes from rainwater. When people, the compressor from my gym, so water goes to my urinal. So try to save as much water as you can. This is from the hotel. Actually, although it's like a little decorative pond, but it's also rare fish for us to eat. So every bit of things you actually try to do some cost saving. Here, what we do, the big tank is the big pipe is septic tank. The smaller pipe is grey water. Actually now I plant plants there for food. So I've been using grey water, that is soap water, for watering my garden since I started 14 years. People think that soap water is bad, but soap water is phosphate. Phosphate is fine for the plant. Yeah, it's used for making walls of the plant. So you can see the water saving. Here we close the hotel, 50% hotel, so it's less usage. The last 2 years we have our own laundry, so the water usage is up there. But calculating, we save about 60% water. Saving on food production. Last year our head gardener was not so good, but this year we have gone up again. So it depends on your managers. Yeah, so just edible landscape. When people talk about vertical garden, 14 years ago I was already doing vertical farming. And I have chicken, ducks, fish, vegetable behind. In 2011, we were awarded the Langkawi Award by the Environment Minister for what we do. And in 2012, the Minister of Tourism of China came to Malaysia and he wanted to see the greenest hotel. And that time the Minister of Tourism was Nyan, Datin Sri Nyan, Datuk Sri Nyan. So came to our hotel. We've always said our hotel is 4-star. Yeah, our rates are 500 to 1,002. They're all villas, they're all bungalows. Smallest size is 44 square meter to 60 square meter. 2 months later, it's in 2012, 2 months later, star rating came over the hotel. The officers says, wow, your hotel, like Kampung Hotel, got chicken, got duck, got fish, so much rubbish. We separate our waste and we keep everything to be sold. You get 2-star. Because they can't distinguish, that it is a green hotel. Yeah. So 4 years ago, or 5 years ago, I got on board as Secretary of Malaysian Hotel Owners to tweak the star rating, because they use a city hotel to rate a beach resort. They say, oh, you got no business center. Why would a beach resort have a business center? Oh, you have animals, not allow animals. I said, of course in the hotel in KL you cannot have animals, but this is on a beach resort. So anyway, now they understand. Even up to last year, they gave me a 3-star. I've been sitting on the board, so luckily the KSU mentioned to the certifier, you better ask Professor Wong to be there when you're inspecting. So at Pata last year, when they had Pata in Langkawi, they said, then they asked me to be there, and the deputy KSU came with the team. Normally the star rating team consists of 5. 1 architect, 1 interior, 1 tourism officer, MOTEC officer, and 1 GM of a hotel. This time, 15 came for my star rating. Took them around. The KSU, deputy KSU, should put me here, not in Westin. Here is so nice. I have organic food, so much fruit trees. I can collect fresh mangoes. So the next 2-3 days later was the star rating in KL, Putrajaya. Said, Anthony, you cannot be here, the committee, you are vested interest, so I don't come. But of course, when the deputy KSU said to chair, any comment? Anyone want to give him 3-star? Everybody get quiet. You see, sometimes the practitioner must be there, because they are not in the business. They follow books. They do not understand. So these are things that I encourage people, especially youth. If you think it's not right, go and fight it out. You stand firm what you believe in. Yeah. So we produce our own food. A lot of things are from the garden. Yeah. Because of our wetland, the wetland is another story. We have 35 species of bird life there. Yeah. But many people don't know how. So today, every month we teach organic farming to all the islanders. Yeah. This is a traditional composting. Traditional composting 3 to 6 months. Today we can do our composting within 1 month without turning the food. We plant straight onto the ground. So we have learned a few new things that is not taught in the books. Yeah. This is fast composting, 2 deep hole, waste, leaf, food with compost actually as a starter. The microbes are there. We cover it up. Within a month, we plant. So this is fast composting. But the other thing very interesting is we also collect waste food to breed black soldier fly, which is the latest in green technology. I went over to Indonesia with my 2 teams, one from Langkawi to first place was in Bandung. The KL team went to Jogja to learn about black soldier fly, because in Indonesia the government don't subsidize farmers very much. So the last 5 years animal feed has gone up 30 to 40%. So they collect waste food from the market to grow black soldier fly. Black soldier fly is same family as a housefly bacteria. It's commercial illusion. If you hold it, it will vibrate just like a housefly. But the adult don't eat, it doesn't have mouth, it just drink water. So it is 45 days life cycle, but it is the maggot that you want to collect, because the maggot has got 42% protein, 30% lauric acid fat, which is mother's milk fat, which has got very high antimicrobial activity. That means if you feed your chicken and duck and fish, it's like feeding them with natural antibiotic. Yeah. So you can see the fly is about 1 inch long. It looks like a wasp, not like a house fly. It doesn't fly very much. Yeah, it's natural. It's in your vicinity, near forest area. But I get them in my house in Nampang, which is nearby to a forest. That's how it is. United Nations recognize it as the best insect because they produce very fast, almost indestructible, self-harvesting. They're the only insect in the world. They self-harvest when they're matured, they crawl out. Yeah, they eat almost anything, grow like crazy, super clean. They are superheroes, because 40 to 60% of our landfill is waste food. Last week when I was speaking, or when I organized IGEN, I got the Deputy CEO of SW Corps. SW Corps is in 7 states, and he wants to teach as many people black soldier fly. We run courses up at our farm and in Langkawi. So this is a good opportunity for young people to go into rubbish and create black soldier fly. Yeah, because you consider waste food as rubbish. To me, it's a good resource. A couple that I know, one is an accountant, the other one is a marketing officer. They quit the job, rented a semi-D bungalow corner to breed black soldier fly. They sell it to aquarium, they sell it to hobby shop, and they sell it to the zoo. 200 grams, 20 ringgit. Good money, but they can prove lab test that it's got very high protein. Yeah, so there are many opportunities. Yeah. For 14 years we never have any chemical pesticide. We use natural pesticide. Neem Azrata indica is an Indian tree, yeah, origin from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and that is compulsory in organic farming. Bougainvillea don't get attacked by insects and fungus, and spider lily, same thing. So you can blend it out and that's your biopesticide. But there are many things you can use. You can use lala, you can use many things that you see that insects don't bite. Yeah? So we all know the 3R. It's the last one. This is the most difficult. In the early days of the hotel, when I was having my organic farm, the staff refused to eat any food from the garden. That I'm talking about 14 years, 13 years, 12 years. Why? They say it's very dirty. Composting, because it's got lala, housefly, maggots, and this and that. Clean compost comes from plastic bag, chemical, NPK. See the thinking. And they didn't want to water my plants with the aircon water. They say it's chemical. Then I had to do a water test. It's just humidity. So these are the challenges when you go to Langkawi. I call it island rural area, because I employ mostly islanders. Although they may go to school, but the thinking is still quite not so broad. Now you all eat neem. Yeah, you have neem tablet, neem tea, not neem, moringai. Yeah, they don't want to eat moringai, and moringai is a superfood. Yeah, so of course now they eat it as a superfood. Yeah, so these are things that you do. The reading is the difficult part. Now upcycling. Yeah, a lot of things you do. You can do upcycling. So there are companies who help out. Yeah, there's no such thing as rubbish. This is on upcycling. One of the companies that's doing in KL. Yeah, we use everything. We recycle. There's a 7 separation bin in the top in the kitchen. If you separate at the source, then everything is usable. Plastic, paper, metal, glass, all. Rice I feed to my chicken and duck. Bread I feed to my fish. Vegetable I split it up, one for compost, one for bioenzyme. So everything can be used, but you must take it from the beginning. We have bottle children contest, waste art. Then we give them cash, and then tourists buy this rubbish and take it back home for a price of 30 to 50 ringgit. So it depends on how you upcycle. Yeah. Okay. Of course, we are teaching as many people as possible. So lots of walk, sharing knowledge. We actually house fish from the sea and make salt fish. Lots of kids enjoy it. What's in the sea activity twice a week. And we always measure our energy water. This is a dark kitchen. Yeah. So always look at latest technology. Fan with now DC fan, paint, color, reflection. Now there are things that in landfills you can't get rid of. Fluorescent, like toxic chemicals. So this company, the Asher, using plasma heat, they burn everything to its basic content, and they can use the ash for your garden. So, and this is made by a Malaysian company. They've got all the air quality tests, they pass everything, and next year we probably purchase one, and it's just using solar panel. They can take 2 tons of waste a day. Yeah, so it's amazing. It's used by mostly landfill people that they cannot get rid of certain waste, they just burn it. But plasma heat is really hot heat, is over 1000 degrees centigrade. Yeah, so it becomes inert. Now we have a food forest in front. Let's say this is subsurface flow constructed wetland. So I like to actually give question and answer. Type, but any question?
Perhaps 1 or 2 questions from the floor due to the time constraint.
I got 8 minutes left. Yes, Lionel? Lionel is an expert in solar panel. Yeah, RE. Yeah.
Anthony,
Yes.
this is an example for Malaysia, right? What
Yes.
are your programs for sharing and replication in ASEAN and other countries, especially developing countries?
That's where next year, MOTEC has already got the grant to do train the trainer program for whole of ASEAN for Green Hotel. But I'm working with Professor Shah, who is the director for Asia Pacific 49 countries. I told him, you bring people from poor countries, we give a 4 nights or 5 days program, we will fund the project, the training project, you just pay for the airfare. So the only way is to share this as much as we can. That's where I spend a lot of time in the academia, because you all are the future leaders, so you understand there are many approaches for sustainability. We have to look at everything: water, energy, food, design. Yeah, all this will work towards sustainability. In fact, our hotel fulfill the 17 SDG goal. Yeah, in all the areas. We employ handicapped people. You know, we have ladies. We do education program. We have English classes for islanders. So we do all that. Yeah. So money, yes, is necessary, but you have to do something with what you earn also. Yeah. Any other question?
Okay, one last question. Anyone from the floor?
Whatever waste recycling, all the money goes back to staff welfare. The owner does not have any play in it. Yeah, because we want them to recycle, we want them to save. So what I do is I have in the staff kitchen energy save, water save, food produced. Now, if they can improve better than the past year in all this area, they get 3-month bonus. So they've been getting 3-month bonus for 12 years. Yeah, but if it drop, yeah, then less one. Yeah, 3 months. So if any of the area drop, we cut. So it's up to them. Yeah, as long as they produce food more than last year, save water more than last year, energy more than last year, then there's 3-month bonus. Any of these don't do well, then majority, that means out of 12 months, 7 months must be positive. Then they get that bonus. So you have to motivate staff with dollars and cents. Okay. Nothing? Reliable.
Sorry, Anthony, just to confirm, you said very small solar system involved for the Azure?
Yeah, currently, yes.
How small is?
Only 2 panels.
Wow.
Yeah, only 2 panels. The solar and it's stored in a battery. The battery will last you for 24 days. It's only to drive the fan to push oxygen for the plasma heat to burn. So it's not burning, it's just the solar panel is to drive the fan. So it's very small energy. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Alright, so please join me with a big round of applause to thank Adjunct Professor Anthony Wong for his wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum dan sejahtera. Good afternoon. I'm Azhar Grau from Sri Berhad. Just close here. I would like to share with you Sri experience and how we're promoting the biogas industry and how we want to make it sustainable. Sirim is a government-owned company. We are under this is under Ministry of Industrial Trade and Industry. Our business is focused on technology and quality solutions, specializing in industrial research, technology development, testing, inspection, and all things. Okay. Specifically, so what we are doing now is we are focused on creating a new ecosystem, sustainable ecosystem for biogas industry, where now I'm in charge of this so-called Industrial Center of Innovation in Bio-Natural Gas. We focus on the whole value chain from production, storage, distribution, and utilization of biogas. So this is what we're doing now. And for those who are new, what is biogas actually? So biogas is we can produce from any fermentable organic matters. In this case, we can produce from food waste, we can produce from wastewater, as I mentioned just now, even from biomass. So we can use woody biomass, even hardwood, to produce biogas. And actually, we have two platforms. Currently, most of the biogas is produced through biochemical platform or anaerobic digestion using microbe and generate biogas. And the other platform is called thermochemical. Then where the woody biomass or lignous biomass is heat up at a certain temperature, it will split and produce gas. And why we are so excited about biogas? We look into this chart. If you compare the carbon footprint, grams CO2 per kilowatt hour, biogas is among the lowest, as comparable to mini hydro and wind. About 11 grams CO2 is compared with coal, about 115 times. Is roughly about 1 megawatt of coal power plant. The emission from 1 megawatt coal power plant is equal to 95 megawatt biogas plant. Just imagine how it is. And if we look into the SBUs, biogas in transportation sector, how is it so per kilometer distance, you see here, biogas is the lowest, equivalent to quite a few cells. Yes, the lowest, about 5 gram CO2 per kilometer. It's compared to petrol, diesel, which is 20 times more. Let's look, if we have, example, if we have initial, we have palm oil and we have a lot of empty fruit bunches. If we have empty fruit bunches, what is the best option we have? What is the best technology? For instance, if we use EFB to do a composting or mulching, we only can harvest fertilizer or NPK, use it for, and if we use it as burning or to produce heat, steam, we only can get only energy and ash remains. But if we use biogas, use anaerobic digestion, we can get both energy and fertilizer. Currently in Malaysia, we have this initiative that has been in place for some time. In Shah is the body in charge. So what we have incentives now, if we generate power, we can connect to the grid and we can claim some incentive. We have done it for the last 10 years, and based on this incentive, we look into the palm oil industry. Only about less than a quarter of the palm oil industry can benefit from this. Still about 75% cannot benefit. So why? So the current incentive may be suitable for certain mill or location. So there's a lot of so and sadly most of the capturing biogas they're not connected to the grid. This internal use. And if you look at the whole, there are about nearly 450 mills. See, but 350 does not do anything yet, not captured yet. And out of 100 captured mills, 65 mills are connected to the grid, and the rest is 65 mills are not connected to the grid, and 35 mills are. So, and this current initiative, we need to do something to introduce new technology so that we can have more mills or expand the application. So what we are proposing is that Sirim, through our based on Sirim our technology development. So we are proposing a new method, new initiative that we purify the gas and transport it, make it similar to natural gas, purified, compressed. We can use it on site for vehicle application, or can bring the gas to the user. And we are replacing natural gas. That's the concept. And this is the first concept. Start in 2011. This is the concept. And so because biogas, compressed biogas is versatile. It can use in diesel engine, it can use in petrol engine, or it can so it can be liquefied. So it's more versatile. And the clean engine, the clean fuel, it can use as for electricity, it can use for heating, and also we can inject the gas into the gas stream. Okay? So based on this, the idea, but we need ecosystem, business ecosystem to get it. So based on this, on 2011, we put up our small pilot plant in Pulau Keri, about 45 minutes from here, to test the idea. So we start that, and so we have pilot plant. It can fill up about 20 taxi a day. It's a small plant. We tried that on the kereta wajah proton wajah. It's worked very well. Unfortunately, because we don't really engage the industry. We don't get, because the mistake we did is that we didn't engage the industry. We thought the car will come and fill up the gas. So we sell it around. And unfortunately also in that year, 2013, our oil price is dropped to that $30 per barrel. So the thing cannot commercialize the technology. And follow up with that, we found that there are a lot of challenges and the ecosystem support the business is not there. So we have to think of that. Okay. And this is the plan. So we have test all the gas quality and also test drive to see how. So a lot of I'm not an automotive engineer, I'm a chemical engineer. So a lot of questions asked to me, what is the car performance? The performance look like? Is it a damage to the car? All the kind of questions. So this is a challenge we face. So we have to answer this question is asked. So you look into this data. Among the conventional fuel, correct, fossil fuel, gases is the best fuel. And among the gases fuel, biogas is the best. So we work the best possible. So in terms of carbon accounting is the perfect one, but still cannot put into the market. So because there are a lot of ecosystem for the business is not there. Unlike biogas for electricity, the SEDA had a feed-in tariff. We didn't have any incentive from this one. No incentive. So based on what we have done, so we find there are about 6 gaps or challenges that we have to solve. First, always for us, where your feedstock? How much is it? We cannot, we don't have the data, we have data, but how to make it available, no? And second, there's no guideline. To set up the biogas plant, there's no guideline. There's no standard on that. And specification. What is the fuel look like? This is the spec. And also, how to distribute the gas. And do we have the industry need this they need data that there must be industrial experience. And the last one is that competition. We are compete with subsidized fuel. That's a big challenge. So to answer to that, the feedstock, we have a lot of feedstock in Malaysia, and we have in town like food waste, we have garden waste, agricultural waste, industrial, and we have agricultural waste they use as feedstock, and we even forest waste. So it's a lot of feedstock. And we have do mapping. Do mapping to make it visible. Okay, so we have put up the resource mapping and GIS portal. So you can log into GIS portal. You know where it is, how many tons, where is it? It's there. Now easy for the investor or the project developer. They can log into the system. They know how much is available. And the second one is about the guideline for construction of biogas plant. So when we start the biogas plant, there are a lot of technical issues, safety issues. So we among the industry sit down together. We have put set up a committee, standard committee, look into we need Malaysian standard for to construct the biogas plant. So this is the first version of biogas, the standard for construction of biogas plant. We published in 2014. In 2016, our DOSH, our safety DOSH is made another guideline that now the biogas plant we can construct the biogas. The safety is there. Secondly, third is about the gas. When we produce gas, we need to have certain standard. We need to make a standard so that we can protect both consumer and so the producer. So our role is to look into both producer side and consumer side, to make both parties happy with that. So that's our role. So we have to produce standard. At the same time, we have to make sure testing facilities is available so they can test it. That's how we work. So we come up, industry, we sit down together and we discuss, brainstorming. This is what. So in this particular standard, this standard is applied for the vehicle. If you want, you can use this gas in the vehicle. Okay, we are focused. The spirit is that to reduce harmful to vehicle. Okay, so we are targeting the impurities in this standard. This standard will be available hopefully by December this year. First, about the distribution. When we produce the gas, most of the biogas is in palm oil. They don't need the gas, and we have to move the gas from palm oil to nearest user. So we need this. So we don't have pipeline, and we have to and most of our palm oil is in Sabah. Biggest, numbers is more is in Najong, but the size in Sabah and Sarawak. So the logistic, the piping work is huge. So we have to think about it. So and there's distribution, transmission. Because at the moment we cannot inject gas into the pipeline. Petronas not allowed to do so. So we have to come up with alternative. So what we are doing is that this is common. Normally, natural gas business, they are using this kind of method. They put in a tank, compress it. So, but this one, is 95% of the weight is still weight. Okay? Empty and full is same. And it's a 40-ton truck. You cannot use in palm oil. The road is small. It's not meant for them. So we cannot leverage on this one. So we have to come up with a solution with the alternative with that. So what we are coming with that, our solution is that there are many ways. We can compress it, we can liquefy it, depends. So what is look into that, we are using, we call it virtual pipeline system. We leverage on a composite technology, lightweight tanks. So this is the idea. So we are using we have our filament winding team who look into how to produce this cylinder. It's very light, it's safe, it can store any pressure you want. We can design it. So what we are we are leveraging on existing transportation system in plantation. So they have a lot of Roro truck moving around in plantation to collect fruits. We are leveraging on that to bring down the cost. And to do so, we have to construct cylinders based on different sizes, from bike, for the car, for the trucks. And we are also to cater for the big amounts. We need to make a big size cylinder. There will be another maybe next year. Targeting next year to develop new cylinder. And so we also put up a demo plant in Tawau, Sabah, to test the gas in the genset, big genset, 500 kilowatt. I think about commercial scale, 500 kilowatt, 1 megawatt kind of size. So we had put up a plant there and test it. So it's and also the interesting part that the gas is very good for diesel engine, for compressed engine, compressed CI engine. It performs better as compared to the SI spark plug engine, SI engine. For diesel engine, the torques, everything become improved. This is our plant layout in Tower Sabah. Okay, we have the system. This is a site there. So actually, we have designed the plant near to the Pam Borneo. Our expression that this site, later on, this highway, people moving around this highway can fill up the gas and move station. So from from Kalabakhan to Sandakan, 400 kilometers, a lot of pump the long roads. Actually, technically, we can supply a lot of gas. Yeah, this is our expression. Hope by 10 years now we can get it. So this is the equipment that we installed it. We have compressor, all thing, and we have tested our gas into maybe bike, car, trucks, engine. Have done it. It's no issue. It can perform. And also, last is about economic angle. Okay? So they are now how to make this economically attractive. Because gas, natural gas is selling at subsidized price. It's called competitive. And the other one, and this one is no incentive from government for this one. So we are two dilemma. So first, they are plan that to inject, if we can inject the gas into PGU or peninsular gas line, then if this the scheme or incentive like similar to electricity is in place, then we can get more industry to invest money. Okay, that's the we talk with the government that, and the other one is about carbon offset program. So injection to the grid. Now we have injection into power grid, PMB, and what we're proposing is that injection into gas line. Okay, because natural gas, our pipeline is set up until to Singapore. No? Singapore buyer can buy green fuel in Malaysia. So this is how. So now we have to create this. How to this biogas? How to put bio value into it? How we certify it to become bio? We need to come up with the scheme for that. So what we are, okay, this is our actually recently government have approved, allows anybody now they can inject gas to the grid, but their certain spec need to be complied. Now, but because for the natural gas is okay, but for the biogas we still have limitation. We have we don't get green light yet because they are worried about the impurities there. So we have to clear it first. Once it's okay, probably we can inject into the grid. Okay. I would like to share about the carbon offset program. I think what we're doing today is about greenhouse gas, all these things. Actually, what make green GSG difficult to understand that we can't visualize. We can't see. The numbers cannot be visualized. A ton, 1,000 ton CO2. It doesn't make sense. We don't really visualize it. That's a big problem. When we visualize it, then we know. So it must make it visible. So carbon offset program is something like make it visible. Today, the speaker are concerned about the plastic bottle. To me, it's not a big issue. I'm more concerned about food waste rather than the plastic bottle. Plastic we can collect, but for the food waste, we can't do that. So it's even worse. Because in terms of impact, usual carbon, usual calculation, that is even worse. So if we can make it visible, and then I think we can control. So what we are working now is hearing that we are putting a pilot project for carbon offset. So carbon offset is that in Malaysia, in palm oil industry, a lot of carbon CO2 methane being released. If we can avoid this from happen, that portion, if we can certify or verify, we can offset it in the industry. Yeah, that's how. So one example is that if we use biogas, we capture biogas in palm oil industry and use it in transport sector, we can offset fossil fuel. So that one can be measured and verified, and we can certify that it bring. So we are working on this program because we need this, because it's not, because this industry there's no incentive from government. So we need to monetize this carbon, to value that. If we can monetize the carbon, and then we can bring overall new value to the biogas, and people willing to pay premium price because they can visualize this carbon. Okay, that's how we are. So this way we want to encourage greenhouse emission reduction greenhouse, create the carbon market, and actually we have a lot of carbon in Malaysia. Actually, a lot, but we can't really verify it. We cannot record it. We cannot document it. That's the problem. Hope this program can study it. And so actually also we also provide the services. So you see, let's say for transport sector, buses producing 50 grams CO2 per ton per kilometer. See, so is a transport sector is producing about 40% of national energy consumption. Produce a lot. So how are we going to offset this one? Are we going to change to convert all our bus to EV, which is very costly? And EV is not, to me, is not very clean because we're still charging to the grid. In counting, we still not much reduction there. And we have a lot of biogas. We not that. Why don't we? It's carbon negative. It's not neutral. Biogas from palm oil meal is carbon negative, not neutral. Negative. It's we avoid from happen and we see negative. So why don't that? That's why we found that this whole value chain ecosystem need to be in place. And for example, let's take a simple calculation. Let's say we have now in KL or we have a lot of diesel bus running on the road. If you want to convert this bus to EV, nearly 2 million ringgit per bus, and the amount of CO2 can be reduced per year, only 200 tons of CO2. And let's assume that the bus can last for 10 years. Put directly investment per ton, about 1,000 ringgit per ton of CO2, the amount of cost of CO2. But if we use methane avoided palm oil industry as so one palm oil mill, easily you can reduce 30,000 tons of CO2 with investment 20 million, and we look into and it can avoid about 30,000 tons of CO2, and the cost of CO2 only 67. And if we use this gas in diesel vehicle, even so the number, because in carbon accounting we must understand the numbers now. Okay. Some simple activity you can reduce a lot, but it need to be verified. So what we do is that we are working on to develop the methodology, or not to develop methodology. There are a lot of methodology available. We are just simplified. We become the third party to verify the carbon, and also we operate the transparency for that registry system, because all the carbon moving in our country, we need to track. And okay, this is, if you look into the whole biodiversity ecosystem, we need to look every like feedstock, where the feedstock is, who's the owner of it, what kind of in production technology to produce biogas, or involve and also the regulatory compliance like standard, and processing of gas, things, distribution network, utilization, host, so we have to do that. And a summary, this we have done it at commercial scale. Yeah? But it needs very long time to realize the market. You need long realization times, because energy market is subject to the world price fluctuation. So hopefully, because I'm probably next year, I mean, our fuel price will be liberalized. Probably it's good time for this. Okay? And so somehow this gas still requires support. Okay? But because the current market, the current condition is subsidized market, so I think with that I end my presentation. And thank you very much. And if you have any question, feel free to ask me. Okay.
Alright, thank you to Encik Azhar Rao for his interesting presentation. I think due to the time constraint, we will move on to our next session. But perhaps if you have any questions, we can engage the speaker during our networking break, which will be after this. Alright? So please join me with a big round of applause to thank our speaker for his presentation. Thank you. I would like to now request Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Datin Dr. Anis Asmat, accompanied by Dr. Siti Hajar, up on stage to give away a token of appreciation to our keynote speakers. So I would like to invite Adjunct Professor Anthony Ong, Managing Director, the Frangipani Langkawi Resort and Spa and Eco Green Design and Construction, Sdn Bhd, up on stage to receive his present. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Encik Azhar Abdul Rao, Director, Industrial Center of Innovation in Bio-Natural Gas from Sirim Industrial Research, up on stage to receive his present. Thank you. Next, we will move on to token of appreciation to all our chair sessions. So, first, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Yusfida Ayu Abdullah up on stage to receive a token of appreciation. This is followed by Associate Professor Dr. Sabiha Hanin Saleh. Next is Dr. Siti Nurhaja Muhammad Latif, who is already up on the stage. Thank you. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Te Chia Che up on stage to receive a token of appreciation. And last but not least, Dr. Azrin Azmi. Alright, so thank you Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Datin Dr. Anis Asmat and also Dr. Siti Hajar for giving away the token of appreciation. We will now move on to our parallel sessions, which will start immediately. You can also enjoy your coffee break while the parallel session is going on. All parallel sessions will be conducted at this level. The details are given in the handouts you received this morning during registration. Reminder to all presenters, to those who have not yet registered, please register your presentation and don't forget to upload your presentation. So with that, we thank you and we will now adjourn to our parallel presentations. Thank you.
In bio-natural gas of Syrian Industrial Research, Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Datin Dr. Anis Asmad, the Conference Chair of First International Conference on GTSD, Deans of Faculty, Directors of Office of Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, first of all, welcome to the Industry Forum. In conjunction with the first international conference on green technology and sustainable development. First of all, I would like to extend my appreciation to Yang Berusaha Dr. Anis for invitations to me as the moderator for the Industry Forum sessions. Right, I'm very honored to be here with on stage together with a line of experience and prominent figure of industry of green technology. Then I would like to invite our distinguished panelists to be on stage joining me. First, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Nizam Muhammad Jaafar, the directors of MNJ Trust in Berhad. Right. Welcome, Mr. Muhammad Nizam. I also would like to invite Puan Khairah Talha, right, the Managing Directors of KW Associate Planners, right? Thank you, Puan. And also, last but not least, Mr. Munif Yusof, the Site Managers of Urban Hijau, right? Urban Hijau City Farm, right? Thank you for making on time. I was worried just now because and you made it on time, alright? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of our today's forum is very interesting and timely, but yet we have not made in the front page of many newspapers, you know, about green movement, green technology and green practices, right? We'll be discussing whether going green is expensive, inconvenient and also time consuming, right? Before I invite all the panelists, just quick sharing of the format of the conference. On the first round of the conference, I will invite each of the panelists to share a maximum of 7 to 10 minutes each to share their roles and their organization role in promoting the green technology, followed by the discussion on topic of the forum, and during the last round, I will be open for questions and answer for the audience. Just to make it interesting, I brought together with me a goodie bags, courtesy by Tourism Selangor, right? For those who are asking the questions, right? For today's, so bear in mind, yeah. So ada, please take and ask questions. You know, ada goodie bag from Tourism Selangor. Well, by the way, my name is Muhammad Nur Ismawi bin Ismail. I'm head of Centers of Study in Hotel Management from the Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management. I am very happy today because I have my ex-boss. Yeah, I did my professional attachment in Frangipani, Langkawi, you know, and yeah, a bit of self-promotions to the resort. You guys really need to drop by when you visit Langkawi. Make sure you drop by at Frangipani and see how this eco-friendly resort has practiced. Not just typical hotel. Typical hotel might ask you to just leave your bed linen or towel not to be changed for the next day, but Frangipani go beyond that. You know, you can see by yourself. Please drop by at Frangipani, Langkawi whenever you visit Langkawi. All right. So without further ado, I would like to invite the first panelist for today, Mr. Muhammad Nizam bin Muhammad Jaafar. He is the director of MNJ Trust, Berhad, Smart City and Sustainable. I assume the company names came from his name, Muhammad Nizar bin Muhammad Jaafar, ya, betul ya, tuan? Alright, Mr. Muhammad Nizar bin Muhammad Jaafar is the director of the MNJ Trust. He holds a bachelor degree in telecommunications engineering from University Technology Malaysia, right? Sorry, and he'll be sharing what's MNJ Trust. For your information, MNJ Trust Yang Berhad is specialties in geographical information system and also building information management. You know, they designed, they do a modeling concept based on sustainable development. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Nizar to share the role in green practices. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum semua dan very good afternoon. Okay, thank you for inviting me for this very good, excellent international conference for the green technology and sustainable development, really championed by Dr. Adis. Okay. What we are doing for our company, mostly we have a project with the local authority. One of them, we are champion for the Majlis Bandaraya Petaling Jaya. We are do on the smart city project based on geographical information system, building information modeling, and another one is a SCADA, which is supervision, control, and data acquisition. That is actually used for monitoring on the management of the government itself. We combine all these information such as all the big data, and then we visualize it for them to make a better decision making, how to improve their management, how to improve their for the monitoring system and integrate all the data. This framework for organize and communicate and understand about what they want to achieve to do on the visualization. And then for another one is for the BIM, building information modeling is a process that creating the intelligent 3D to enable the normally for the GIS, people are doing for the 2D, but we are towards to the 3D. Every 3D item which is in the underground and then above the ground, which is we digitizing. And then from there, we create the dashboard and the information depend on, let's say, for the sustainable low carbon or SCCF. So what to show in exactly the visualization for the tracking, for analyze and display for the key performance index matrix and the key data point monitor the help of the business department and specific process.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Nizar, for sharing what is the role of his company in promoting the green movement and green technology. Alright, next we will proceed with Mr. Munib bin Yusof. Right, Mr. Munib bin Yusof is the lead trainer and a consultant on permaculture farm designs. Right, and Munib manages several overall farm design, planting cycle, and also farm operation, and has been the site manager of Urban Hijau since 2017. For your information, Urban Hijau It's an offer and event space like no other. There are 1 acre urban farm site located in the middle of Kuala Lumpur, offering a lush green scene with a terrific vista of Taman Tun, right? And interesting facts about Urban Hijau, they have trained around 300 plus individuals and 200 plus volunteers and managed to compose 25 tons of waste and also have planted 150 species of tree. Alright, that's the contributions of Urban Hijau to the green movement. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Munif bin Yusuf to share what his role and his, the organization that he represents in the green movement. Alright?
Right, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the beautiful introduction as well. Actually, half of my presentation has been done there because we were supposed to introduce ourselves, so quite a bit of that is it done already. But just to give you an overall of where we come from, because our sustainability is a very core thing within our organization. I've been training on sustainability or specifically in permaculture design since 2011. Thank you. That's good. Right, so since 2011 we've been doing multiple courses around Malaysia, and back in 2013 basically where the group of students decided to do something right in the city, and that's how Urban Hijau was born. It was a volunteer effort, started with a few people just coming together, going to an abandoned housing plot, and we moved ahead from there and developed the place. So basically, as he said, it's a social enterprise. We use permaculture as a tool, basically, to help figure out what we can realistically do in the area. All right. Perfect. So that's a very old picture, but I always like to use this picture because it gives a perspective of what's in front, the lake, the biodiversity, and the backdrop, which is right in the middle of the city. So that is one of the unique things about our place. A lot of my friends, sometimes it's difficult to bring them to the farm, telling them that it's a farm, that they're like, I don't want to go there and get muddy and dusty. The moment they step in, they feel, okay, it's not a typical farm, it's a very beautiful garden. So that's how we are. This is another picture from the top view. So what we basically do is we focus on 3 main things. We produce, definitely. We have a lot of plants and vegetables. So we do our produce, we sell our produce. And we educate. Definitely, since we've been doing courses right from the beginning, we use this platform as a place for people to come and learn. Whether it's 3-year-old young kids or corporates who want to figure out how they can make an impact within the sustainability world and create access. So we want to replicate what we do. So after what we started, we have another group, another person who came and learned from us, and he was inspired. They started another farm in Taman Tun as well, Taman Tun Community Edible Gardens. So we try to help other people as well to figure out how they can start, because we don't want to be the only farm in town. We want everybody to start as many farms, and if they can grow 1 or 2 plants within their own houses, even better so. So there's no limits to how much individuals can do. Yeah, the numbers, I guess, we already talked about. We've trained several people, composted a lot of waste. One of the things we keep focusing on is soil building. Building soil in the tropics is the key. I will talk more about that in a later session. A bit brief on permaculture, because that's the foundation of how we all came together. So when it comes to sustainability and permaculture, so permaculture, you have to understand sustainability, because even the explanation or definition of sustainability when it comes to the wider context gets quite confusing between different parties, or what exactly do they mean. So within our context, we look at producing enough energy, calories, and resources, either or, to maintain and have enough for surplus. Now, give you a simple explanation of this. What I mean is, for instance, the conventional agricultural system uses 15 to 20 calories of energy input to produce 1 calorie of output. This is the current standard of the agricultural system. So when you have that kind of system, that is not by definition sustainable. When you look at some of the other examples, like for example Cuba, who had an energy crisis, so they go into organic methods and their energy input is 1 calorie and they produce 5 calories. Now that's something like a better ROI, right? So that's the basic. So we talk about producing enough, whether it's resource, whether it's energy, whether it's money, whatever it might be, to maintain itself and replace it. We don't want to keep investing again and again. It has to replace itself over its lifetime. So having that thing in mindset, So permaculture is a combination of, it's this ethical, sustainable design where you look at three things. We have the patterns in nature. Nature's figured it out, right? We learn from that. We have our heritage. Thousands of years ago, we have all the knowledge of our ancestors, which we are forgetting in the last 100 years. We capture that. And you use appropriate technology. With the advancement of so many technologies, like some of these data systems, we can enhance and improve these designs. So by designing a system which is sustainable, you have a long-term, stable, diverse, resilient system which will help us in the future. A quick thing is, a lot of times we are very blame-minded. It's not sustainable, we're doing things in the wrong way. We didn't get there just by chance. We have gone through a system of change and gone to the current system of agriculture based on the needs. But now our mindset is changed. Now we're starting to think that, what are we doing? It's large-scale destruction of the earth. So how do we counter that? So the two quick things before we go to the last session, after her explanation, is the mindset. So now we're talking about, SDGs, we're talking about zero waste, we're talking about carbon cycles. All these things are coming up because we know the issues on the other side, the health crisis, food security, and peak oil, the energy depletion, resource depletion, all of these are becoming more and more pressing. So to solve all that, what we believe is go local, go small, start on the grassroots, and build up from there. That's a brief about us. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Mr. Munif. Very interesting sharing. I guess after hearing from Mr. Munif, we should start growing the and apply the concepts of urban farming. Maybe in front of our office or around university, for example, because it goes small and because it will be produced for local consumption. Okay, we'll proceed to the next panelist. Right, we have a very experienced town planners with us today. I would like to invite Madam Khaira binti Muhammad Taha. A bit of introductions of Madam Khaira. Madam Khaira is a qualified town planner from the University of Melbourne, Australia in 1980. She has had 39 years experience as an urban planner. I was not even born yet, right? Born in 1983, right, by the way. Both in government and private sector, she has been managing her own practice in the field of urban planning, urban design and planning research since 1996. Her company, KW Associate Planner, is based in Shah Alam and is an award-winning firm, having introduced new initiatives in the field of urban and regional planning. Her field of expertise include the formulation of state, regional and city structures and local plans, as well as the field of ecotourism and coastal land management protections. Alright, and in 2010, Madam Khaira was also the member of team from Malaysia Institute of Planners who work in the Low Carbon City Framework for the Ministry of Energy, Water, Green Technology Malaysia. Right, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Madam Khaira to deliver his presentations.
Thank you very much. Now you said present her presentation, Mr. Madam. Okay, never mind. Okay, good morning everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to stand because as an almost 64-year-old sitting on this high chair is a little bit woozy, Alright, thank you everyone. Now I'm going to answer to the exact topic, is going green expensive, inconvenient and time consuming? Okay. Now, first the definition, what is living green? I won't read everything, but really, living green is something that should be inside of you. You're very aware of what you do that impacts on the environment. Okay? Now, are you aware in this very hall that is something that is so bad for the environment? Hello, you again. What? Name me. It is necessary because we have such an enclosed space. Is that water bottle in front of you? It's a single-use plastic bottle. Alright? So again, be aware of things. Now today I may be wearing the hat of a managing director of a planning consultancy, but I was also past president of the Malaysian Institute of Planners way back 20 years ago, and I'm also now currently the advisory board member of Kuala Lumpur City Hall. And the first meeting with the Datuk Bandar was that, hello Datuk, you have a framework for being a low carbon city, and yet at this round table I see plastic water bottles. And I see reams and reams of papers. They each gave each of the advisory board member a thick folder of things that were to be shown on the slide, on the screen. And it's all photocopied, only one-sided paper. So this grandma that spoke up and said, hello, I have the advantage being the oldest in the advisory board member. Of course, Datuk Bandar is my age, except he's a few months younger, so he treats me like kaka. And so, you know, again, the awareness. If you want to live green, every time you walk, every time you drive, turn on the engine, oh my God, I am, producing a lot of carbon in the air. Now, living green, okay, meaning that every time I travel, in my handbag, there's always a reusable bag. There's always a bunch of metal straws, because when I go out with my 3 grandchildren, they too, whenever we order drinks, they would tell the waiter, hello waiter, no plastic straw. And this 3-year-old and 5-year-old and 9-year-old, okay, I've also got a 2-year-old, they already know it. No plastic straw. When I ask them, Dian, why do you hate plastic straw? And she says, that will kill all the fishes in the ocean, it will kill the turtles, it will kill the sharks. So this is how you develop the love for nature, the love of the impact of humans into the environment. Okay, how to be eco-friendly? These are some of the things like recycle more, big 7R, no more 3R. Okay, it's now 7R, and I tell you what it is. Cut down on food waste, drive less, use public transport. Now, I would like to ask those from MBSA whether you came here by car or did you walk? Wonderful. Because it's just hardly 100 meters away, right? How about your mayor and deputy mayor? Huh?
No comment.
What?
Not sure.
Not sure. I bet they were driven.
The left, the pole.
I just want to ask whether you guys know or not how they traveled here. If they walked, then they will walk the talk of MBSA being a low carbon city. If they drove, sorry, I'm a resident of Shah and always been a Slamorian. Okay, so these are those. I won't really read it all. Okay, I hope you can see that. And right, what are the 7 R's? Actually there's 8 here. You have to rethink. Be mindful of your consumption, your relationship with the things, and your relationship with the earth. First of all, refuse that plastic straw. As organizer, refuse Grand Bluewave in giving you bottled water.
We requested that.
You requested that, but it says too difficult.
It's already in the packs.
Okay, no. In DBKL, the mayor now has come out with circular, no more plastic bottles in all DBKL's functions or meetings, okay? So that's good. And no plastic plates or spoons and forks, nothing. So I'm glad the mayor is, have the same thought aside. Reduce, whatever it is, reuse, repair, re-gift, okay? And recover and recycle. Alright, first of all, rethink, before you buy anything. Of course, these are just examples of this metal straw, which I have in my bag all the time. Now, when it comes to office use, in my own office, there's always reuse of paper, alright? Always photostat the back of the other paper, alright? And also repair. And also, if you have a family or family day, company family day, or retreat, departmental retreat, at a resort, whether it be at the beach or in the forest, bring some garbage bags and start everyone to collect little plastic things that are on the ground. You'll be surprised. I did that with my family, All right, we all went down to the beach, and within 100-meter stretch, we collected almost 50 kilos of plastic. And this actually will inculcate I'm sorry to say, the Grand Bluewave's slide projection is not very good, is it? All the colors gone. Yeah? I requested for the lights to be off here, but apparently can't, you know. Oh well, have to make do. It's not really a conference place, is it? Okay, then yeah, we collected lots and lots of things. And gentlemen, you might want to turn your chair. I don't want you to suffer by crooking your neck, and then you might have to go to a chiropractor like I do, you know. So, all right, recycled cardboards and cans and papers. That's very common. And light bulbs, and also all these technical matters, technical stuffs, your phones and all that. Do you know that they're very dangerous, right? They have rare earth in there, they have mercury in there, right? You know that. And so do bulbs. But where do you dispose of them? Nobody knows, because you put it in the garbage, right? And that's why all our leakages in the waste dump is all getting into the ground, into our water. Our fish die, or our fish live, consume this thing, and then we consume the fish. Hello, you'll come back to us. And batteries. Okay? You have children. Perhaps you don't have grandkids yet. They have toys. They have all these gadgets. Inside here, there's batteries. How do you get rid of them? Okay? There are now places to collect all these. Very, very harmful. This one's got tons of mercury collectively. Okay. Now, how do I live green? I plant my own vegetables in my little plot, just beside the drain and the fence. I got to live, walk the talk. Okay? I'm going to go get to him and get him to come and see my urban farm. Okay. I've got kangkong, bayam. Whenever I come back from work or from KL and I don't have enough veggies in the fridge, I go to my garden and just snip off some things. I've got long beans, corn, blah 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 blah. Okay, and yeah. So not very clear. Cucumbers. Yep. Okra. These are my hasil. I got the cucumbers, bayam, got tomato cherries, long beans, and all that. Chili padi. So, you know, you've got to live by what you eat, and these are pest-free, pesticide-free, okay? And I do my own composting. Cheap, ma. I just bought this 2 tong from Econites. Cost 80 ringgit each, much less than your pair of shoes, okay, ladies, or your tudung. You know, you buy a tudung, it can be 80, 120 ringgit or whatever. But these are so cheap, 80 ringgit each. Just dump your kitchen waste in there every day. And that's new one here. This already turned to compost. And I use that for my garden. No need to buy what do you call that? The fertilizer, yeah? So I save money, okay? Not only that, I do save the environment. Now, I must tell you give me a little bit of time, Mr. Chairman, because I've got lots to say. As a woman, I've got so much to say, okay? Not like a man. So anyway, my passion for this. Actually, in 1999, when I was president of the Institute, I gave a paper to Real Estate Housing Developers Association of Selangor, and I talked about green buildings. 1999. Few left the hall, because in front of me were major developers, the CEOs, there were financial banks and all that. Few left the hall. And during tea break, they came up to me and said, Puan, going green, having green buildings is going to be a very expensive affair. And we have to push up all our prices to our consumers, you know, to buyers. And do you want something so utopian in Malaysia, such we have green buildings? So I say, up to you. It's really up to you. But that is the trend that's going on around the world. And 5 years later, lo and behold. And in 1999, I also brought my own reusable bag to Tesco. At that time, there was a huge Tesco or Macro, okay? And I was stopped by the guard saying, no, you can't bring in your own bag. And I said, why not? Because you'll be stealing your things. But then when stealing our things, I said, it's just a reusable bag, which I brought back from Tesco, London. You know, the bag says Tesco, okay? And here I am inside Tesco being stopped. And you know what? I said, call the manager. So the manager came, and I said, I got this from Tesco London. If Tesco London can use this, why can't you? So he was, he couldn't react. So I just walked in with my bag. And when I came out with all my stuff, I said, look, I'm paying for every single item in this bag. Bag is empty, right? And fill it in. That was the attitude way back 1999. Then in 2004, I met this man called Iswanto. He's now a doctor. He came from a small town called Sleman in Yogyakarta. He transformed me personally. He was my tipping point, okay, into going big for the environment. Now, what he did, how one man changed the whole village. The village had 300 houses, few families there, all right? But he was a student that just graduated in biology, and he transformed very, very quickly. They've been living in Sukunan. They had a lot of waste problem. Would you like to take a chance? Very interesting, this one. But if you Google Sukunan village and Iswanto, this is what they did. All the farms, the paddy fields had lots of rubbish. He then, these are all the rubbish in the paddy field. The paddies were, they were not generating enough produce. And so he then looked at the scavengers, and this is what he did. He had an idea. He said, separate it first. There are the sellable waste recycled by industries, recyclable and reusable waste cycled by the community, and unused one. You know, they cannot be recycled and all that. So these only go to landfill, but the others, he said that it should be an income for the community. Okay, then he looked for appropriate composting method. His wife created handicraft from plastics. It was just amazing. I visited the village. The fruits were gigantic. The papaya, I wish you could see that. And this is how he spread it through suraus. Yeah, he spread the crusade, I would say. He got children involved. He created songs and games, and even the women, everyone started separating their waste. They made handicrafts. They got these tongs. They don't need to buy expensive, what do you call that? Bins or whatever. They made their own bins. They used oil drums from nearby villages, painted, and they created job opportunities for the young people in the village who could paint. All right, and so then they made handicrafts. They sell it many times now. They compost, and they sell the compost. They make money for the village. Very, very famous. United Nations Development Program has used this as an example. We have brought many, I think some local councillors from Shah Alam has been there, some officers have been there. It's just truly amazing. It is now replicated in many villages. There you go, it is 105 villages in the island of Java itself, in Jakarta, and many visitors from everywhere, from Netherlands, from Norway, from the US, Australia especially, come to this village, including Putrajaya, NBSA, MPPJ, and GBKL, okay? So it's won awards. This is the gentleman, right, Dr. Iswanto now, okay? And the result is that waste has been reduced, they've become an eco-village, successful creation of jobs and employment opportunities and income for the village, yeah? So there you go. Is it easy? Oh, by all means, so easy. I extended the so because I tended to use some expletives, Australian expletives. But anyway, if you cannot go back and make a brand new start, you can start from now and make a difference, a new beginning, and a brand new unending. There are choices, chances, and changes. So you must make a choice. Whether you want to use a plastic bottle, or like I do, I bring my own container of water everywhere I go. It's a little bit heavy for an old woman to carry around, but nevertheless, I am committed to the environment. I will never ever use single-use plastic. I rest my case. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. A big round of applause to Madam Kara for such an energetic and interesting presentation. It's really an example of a walk, a talk kind of person, you know. I hope in the next conference, everybody bring your own bottled water, and also, to support the movement, I also bring my own straw, the steel straw, to show that I'm into the going green kind of thing, you know. So this is thanks to Maybank for the gift, right? So this is an example, you know, when we talk about going green, it's not necessary to be high tech. It's just a simple act at home, and we can do, and we can go green, right? Okay, we'll proceed to the next round of the forum. Okay, I will throw questions and for discussion to each of the panel. Right now, I will invite Mr. Muhammad Izzah. So I will want to ask what does Go Green mean to your organizations, and why going green is important for your organization as well as general publics?
Thank you for the question. Okay. First of all, on our company itself, we have implement on the cut off the energy, which is not really used, let's say, for it's not necessary. For some of example that we have done, we actually are on the IoT company, which is we have add on some sensor which is need to cut off if, let's say, automatically if there is no people on our company, and also we are recycle kind of the paper to use back on our organization. And what not other than that, we also involving with my client for MBPJ. They have use back all on my project itself. They have use back all the water by MBPJ. Actually, they have a command center. Majlis Bandara, they have a smart center. They recycle back all the water for the command center, and they use back for they have also the urban farming, and from there they generate the kind of vegetable to use back for some of the events. And then inside the command center at BPJ itself, they also have a fish in the tank, which is they use for the fish. I'm not sure when they will harvest that, but there's a fish for them to comply with the SDG or sustainable goal.
You mean having fish pond
in the command center at Majlis Bandar Jaya. If for those got free time, they have actually from outside the command center, outside behind it, they have one example project for the community, for the JMB, for those who want to learn how they use a small space to plan or for them become urban, to implement urban farming on their, let's say, for the condo or the small area, how to implement it.
Mr. Isa, all right. I did watch the ministers of Mestak in the keynote speakers during the Penang conference on green technology. She said that 14% of the energy consumptions in the building come from the air conditionings. I mean, as building experts, and how actually you want to make sure that energy consumption in building can be reduced and to support the going green movements. How we can help. I mean, in designing building to support reducing the air conditionings usage.
Some of the building, which is they are example like toilet. Now they're practicing like the open it on the not really roof area below it, so they open it, become an open space for them to let the air fresh to go into the building. One of it, and then some of them on the EPJ project, they use a solar panel. They have not really big solar panel, which is I think about 5 feet times 15 or 20 feet around that. They have a quite solar panel to energize back the electricity. Some of them it's mostly for the lighting. They use for that energy to use energize on the command center itself.
All right, very interesting. Okay, Mr. Munib, just a big quick question for you. How do a company's organization or agency benefit from going greens?
Well, as a whole, as a society, if we look at why should we grow green, because we have to. It's just a matter of time. It's a time bomb clicking the earth with the depletion of resources, etc. It's a matter of time. So what I say, actually, long back there was a question raised by one of the professors in the conference. He said that he feels that we are like the bacteria in alcohol fermentation. We will reach a certain percentage and we'll all die. I said, if your mindset is that we are all going to die eventually, I can't change the mindset. But if you believe that we have the power to change and make it change right now, we can. We can do wonderful things, and already a lot of things are being done. So it's not a matter of, do we have to? Is it beneficial? We have to change. So there will be people who will be the first goers who will go and embrace the change and make the change so that actually it will reduce their costs of operations quite drastically, because the mindset itself is non-input based. And then eventually they'll return, it will be better profits and better quality of products right away.
I could say that the education, awareness of going green is still very low among general public in Malaysia, I guess.
There has been a definite increase since 2011 when we first started doing the training. So we used to focus a lot more on trainings early on, but now we decided that we'll do more practical things, because we want to. Now there is already some awareness, and you need to have those champions within the place for people to follow. So we are hoping to develop those within different places in Malaysia right now, and come up with guidelines to set up simple systems. So because what we do is design. Design is a bit more complicated, it's not everybody's ballgame. But what we hope to do is showcase simple guides which people can follow. Because everybody is in the ballgame, everybody knows they want to do sustainability, but there's a disconnect between how they want to do and what they can do. Like for example, right now I'm doing a research with some of my interns, specifically focused on the youth, looking at the awareness level within the youth, the amount of activities they are doing towards sustainability, and are they taking shorter showers, are they carrying this reusable straws, etc. What are the things they're actually doing, and how much do they know about the active players who are already doing quite a bit of good work within Malaysian scene. So based on that, we'll be able to give them a better guide on what is easy for them to jumpstart. So we won't try to connect that gap, which is they want to do something but they don't know how and what to do. That's where it's lacking. We believe that's going to be broken down very shortly, and then hopefully you'll see a bigger jump in the green arena within the Malaysian scene.
All right, thank you. Madam Carol want to add things in this discussions about whether the companies, organization or general public benefited from going greens, are we...
For sure, every company now has to do CSR, okay? A lot of companies, they undertake CSR. And major companies now not only have to do CSR, but they also have to report on their sustainability actions to the headquarters, large companies, all right? Banks have to do that. Okay, now, make a report to Bank Negara, part of the CSR. What did they do, okay, for climate change, for example? Bank Negara just issued an instruction, right? All banks in Malaysia have to report on the climate risks that they take, all right? So it's all part of it. And so if banks can partner with local authorities, with NGOs, this is also part of their actions already. They're taking part in the greening movement. Okay. Now, when you ask the question, and you made a statement. Not many people are aware of going green. I tend to agree, but also disagree in the sense that the awareness comes from a different level of people and backgrounds, right? But there are those who are kind of left behind, especially the B40. Okay, the B40 group. I mean, I work with them, I've mingled with them. They don't have time to talk about green. They want to survive. Okay, they need their motorbikes, they need their whatever, to survive the day-to-day things. But they are the ones who take public transportation. Most of them anyway. The middle and the high income do not take public transportation in Malaysia. When I take public transportation or when I ride, they say, "Oh, are you trying to save money?" That's the normal attitude or question. Whereas, I've ridden bicycles to work, and my intention was to save on carbon, right? To at least one person is doing something, and that one person can multiply to 10, to 20, and all that. But like I said, but you can work with this B40, especially the children, and I'm working now for kids and when they realize why, for example, using plastic straw is a no-no, they got to know the reason why it impacts. Now, many local authorities just put the sign there, Kementerian Kesihatan, no plastic straw, but people do not know why. When I go to a mamak store, when I order my teh ice, I say, please jangan ada plastic straw. I said, kenapa you? Kenapa tak nak Bolehkah minum itu saja? Hello, we've got our natural lips that you can sip from the glass. But it's been imprinted on minds since time immemorial. When you drink something cold, you can have a straw. Okay, so this changing mindset. And sometimes there are also restaurants where I said no plastic straw, but came a glass with plastic straw. The reason because the person who's ordering it and the person who makes the drinks are two different people, right? And this different, the message doesn't come across. So what needs to be done, even on television or radio, newspapers, is the reason why. I tell my grandkids why we have to save the environment. Always the kenapa, mengapa, the WWs, right? Why, where, when, what? If these are answered, then there is the understanding of why you ought to live green.
I do agree with Madam Karim. As a general public, I always assume. This kind of going green is just a rhetoric of cost savings of the company. Because you don't see, for example, a company who does not provide straw, for example. So where the cost of straw went to? Are they going back to the communities, or that kind of issue? The general public will make it just a rhetoric of company of saving, just for cost saving. It's not like they want to really go in greens. So how you replied on the issue, on general public's assumptions that the company just want to save costs rather than really go in greens and concerned about the climate change.
Companies have to report on the CSR. When you do a CSR, you get tax exemption, okay, from your annual income. So you get tax exemption. Now, actions such as this, like no plastic straw, no plastic bottles in a firm, in a factory, and all that, are all accounted for. And whatever extra income they save from not having plastic goes into the the income of the company. Now, when the income is extra, who taxes them? Government taxes them, right? So it's all, they can give it to pass down to the members of their staff, the employees, as incentives to go green. Okay, then they get tax exemption also. So companies, they are, of course, they are out to make profits. When you have too large a profit, they are taxed. All right, so that goes back to the Malaysian government, right, as the revenue. Okay.
All right, and Mr. Munif, how what's are the when you deal with for example publics and kids, and what's are the common obstacles for this general publics in facing of going greens? What are the normal complaints or that things that they share that being the obstacles of going greens?
A couple of things I'll mention specifically on this because it relates to the topic. One is, again, going back to the topic of convenience. A simple example, people come and on Sunday mornings we open up for people to come in and buy the vegetables. So we do not have a typical shopping mall, a table with a lot of beautiful vegetables wrapped in plastic in front of them. We have them growing. We do not want to cut our vegetables before the customer orders it so that it's fresh. And then the people who take it, they actually say that, you know what, I keep your vegetables in my fridge for 1 week, it's still fresh. The other vegetables, it's not fresh. My kids keep demanding that I only want to eat vegetables from this farm, otherwise I'll not eat vegetables. The kids have a better sense of taste. I've had kids from kindergartens, etc., they've come and they eat vegetables raw in the farm, and the teachers are like, this guy never eats vegetables in the school, how come he's eating all these things even raw? So one thing is connecting back to where we have lost the taste, etc., the minerals, nutrition. The other is convenience. So many times this has happened, as I said. Like for example, a customer comes in and says, okay, I said, you want some cucumbers? No, because he cannot see it. Then I asked the farmer, please go and get some cucumbers. We put it in front of him. Yes, I like that. So it's a matter of, is it easy for them to just pick it up? Or the pricing on that sense, like for example, you talk about, is going green expensive? In our farm, for simplicity's sake, we sell our vegetables around 12 ringgit a kg. So if you calculate that in terms of the market price of non-organic vegetables, easily it's 15, 20 ringgit a kg because it's packed in a small plastic bag, which is 200 grams. But if you translate it into kg, it's easily 20 ringgit per kg. But when they see 12 ringgit per kg in our farm, it's expensive. Why is it so expensive? It's not. It's even cheaper than the non-organic foods in the market. But because of the mindset, we have used, again, going back to what I said, we were not always not green. But a certain number of things that have happened over time, which has changed our mindset, which has changed the habits that we live by. Just a short time back, we wouldn't dream of buying 1 ringgit bottle of water. It would be absurd. Who's going to buy it? But now it's a common thing because it's become a habit. So those kind of habits, naturally the profit industry will market it and becomes easy and becomes convenient and then go for it. Isn't it easier to just have water fountains everywhere? It's way cheaper for the government, it's way cheaper for the public, and you can have better. This one even has microplastic inside. That will not have microplastic inside. So it's the mindset that needs to be changed. Again, as I said, the awareness is building up, but there is a inconvenient factor because of what we are used to. So that only changes through mindset. Again, another simple example. Again, she said, for example, she composts her waste. The biggest challenge in waste management today is separation of waste, which happens at home. So if people have 2 buckets instead of 1, it completely helps the situation. It's very, very easy to manage that waste. But because they do not separate it, the organic and the inorganic mixed up, that creates a big challenge for the industry to actually move ahead. So that small little mindset definitely makes a difference.
Actually, one of the biggest obstacles is not just for the cost, it's our willing for general public to actually change the daily habits. Is that true? I mean,
well, I like to relate this. After the low carbon cities framework report and document was approved by cabinet, it was launched and all that. So as ladies from MIP, the authors, we were asked to have workshops for local authority staff, on how to go green, how to go low carbon. Anyway, there was this interesting incident where one of the local authority officers was saying, we've implemented the 3R program for years now, maybe 10 years. But again, the rate of recyclables that they've collected, the rate of waste has increased. Yeah, the volume of waste has increased. What happened? So my question to this officer was, do you separate your waste? Do you yourself separate the waste? And then she said, oh, I do not. And I said, you have to start first as an officer before you get the public to have the buy-in. Then you know what's the problem, right? Okay? And this has happened again when now as an advisory board member of DBKL, I asked the pengarah, alam sekitar, and she said, we've got no response, blah, blah, blah. And I went like, all the pengarah on this table, do you separate your waste at home? And they were like, oh yeah, we do some just put the head down, and as usual, Malaysian, when they do that, they don't want to admit something, they put the head down and say, okay, for those who separate the waste, how many types of waste? At the most 3, at the most 5. And I said, congratulations. And I said, doctor, why don't you start with your 10,000 employees of DBKL? They've got 10,000 employees. Why don't you start with them first before you start on the whole community of Kuala Lumpur of 1.9 million, okay? And she said, oh yeah, that's a good suggestion. And I said, start with yourself. If you are separating 3 types, follow me. I separate 14 types of waste. People ask, apa dia? You separate. I can tell you, I separate 14 jenis, yeah? Including minyak masak lah. And I've asked the minyak masak collection center in Pasar Section 6 was closed for a while. I was so upset because I've got so much cooking oil and call on the officers what happened, So anyway, there's new contractor lah, whatever. So I still have that loads and loads of minyak masak, right? And lots of other items. And I do get rid of them, of course, responsibly. Okay, it's just not everything everywhere. You just call in the majlis lah, your local authority. How do I get rid of this? I've already separated them. Do you have contractors who want them? There are. Old laptops, old computers that cannot be repaired. Get rid of them because they are very toxic. Now, just last weekend, DOE, I think Department of Environment, had this collection, bring in all your, they have this program now, bring all your computers, old computers, laptops, mobile phones, whatever, and they exchange for money. Okay, so many people did, including some of my family also. So these kind of things, so there's greater awareness, but start with yourself lah.
Yes, I do agree. We talk about greens. We tend to be wait and see kind of culture. We don't want to be the first follower or actually the leader in promoting it. Okay, back to Mr. Nizam. I just want to ask you, how does the government support in the green movement? Any initiative or any incentive are given to the company like yourself in promoting the green movement?
Thank you for the question. Alright, we also one of the part contributing some of the IoT to the on our client, because not all the equipment or the sensor they are afford to pay because it's quite expensive on that. So some of them we helping on the local authority. We develop or we design it a dashboard or a KPI or summary. How does they want to achieve? Some of the sensors which is they are working on silo, which is they're not fully integrated on the full system. So what we doing on my client itself, we are trying to get all part of the equipment, all the IoT sensors, everything. Then we are showing into single platform to let the government itself give a better decision making. For the another part which is not really IoT, we also contributing some of the helping them on the society itself. On some they have some event for develop or giving awareness for the sustainable and then to the public. We also involve some of them how to create that kind of event and then promoting during that specific event on the my company, my client.
So the government, yes, do give some incentive and also
for the incentive, yes, we are give like a win-win situation. Let's say they give us some of the project, then we give back them we give them some extra work for them actually.
Okay. And how about you, Mr. Munifat? A government is supporting your ideas of urban farming. Are they giving you some incentive or anything to help?
I mean, there is definitely a greater perspective of helping such ideas, but in terms of specifics, there's still a long way to go, because a lot of these things are still new. Like for example, waste collection. Just recently, they have added on the licensing of collecting waste. So somebody wants to do it commercially, then they have to do that. So there is still a bit of a look at it. But specifically, when you go into sustainability from our perspective, we do not necessarily, I mean, it's great to get help, etc., in the beginning stages especially, but by design, if you have a right system, it should depend on itself. It should not be dependent on the subsidies or support from the government in the long run. Having success cases which can take off and be economically as well as environmentally successful is the key for true sustainability. Because a lot of cases, like especially with the social enterprise, we see young people who get the grants, etc., to jumpstart into something, and then as soon as the grant finishes, it dies off. The project just stops. That's not something sustainable for itself, and actually it puts a bad name to the green movement. They just depend on grants. They go through a few of these projects, 1 year, 2 year, and then die. So there is definitely, it's great for the help, but we have to make sure that that help gets translated into long-term sustainability of the project rather than just a short, subsidized method of helping out or something. That's what I feel.
And how about you, Madam? Government doing enough? I mean,
I'm sorry to say, do not depend on government to give you everything. Come on. All right? Yet you complain about high taxes. Yet you want government to give you everything. Same thing lah. If you are a person in the city, nak tunggu majlis bagi macam-macam baru nak buat. No. no. If you want to do something green, you do it for yourself. You want to do it on your own, for the environment, for the love of the environment, for the love of life. My God, kita tak boleh survive when there's too much carbon dioxide. We would die. So you got to do it yourself. Jangan tunggu haraplah dapat geran baru nak buat. No. I think that first mentality to change, mindset change is forget about government grant. You want to do something great, I tell you, there's so many companies that are willing to come in, I myself have implemented a project in KL so successful that the company said, "Puan, don't look at other companies, we want to do the next one." I'm doing it for the poor people, right? For B40 groups. Betul. Just approach these companies. They want to spend, they got millions, to spend every year, make sure they are CSR, make sure they do something sustainable, and a lot of companies, I tell you, they want to do something on climate change. Because they have to do the reporting to the headquarters, whether it's Ford, Proton, Nippon, everyone of them have to do reporting now. So go to them, find out other sources. Don't depend on government. I said, government. I said, majlis. No, that's limited. If majlis were to do everything, I tell you, you might have to increase your rates, your housing rates, your cukai pintu, then you jump up in arms. Whereas they got other things to do, like prepare the children's playground, lighting, street lighting, banjir lagi, kan? All the parade, they got so much. And the limited funds. Do you know that every majlis in Malaysia now spend at least 40% of the annual budget on getting rid of your waste? 40%. For DBKL, it runs into hundreds of millions. MPSJ, I was doing some work MPSJ. 40% kan? Berapa? 70 juta every year just to get rid of rubbish. Come on. Money goes into the landfill. And yet you complain, rates you naik. Not just money going to the landfill. Why can't you save on that waste? Majlis spend less on waste, have the extra money to do the roads, the playgrounds, the longkang, you want to name it lah. Real needs for the people, not waste. But orang tak tahu ni, people don't know. 40%, ada yang 60, ada 70%. That's how much waste we are creating ourselves because every one of us is so irresponsible. Semua nak masuk dalam tong sampah. Cuba kalau kita ni. Ya, betul. Okay, for every kilo of waste, average Malaysian generate solid waste berapa? 1.9 kilo per day. Per day. We've got 32 million people. Times 1.9 kilo, katalah 2 kilo. How many kilos of that per day? So why don't we do something? Go back, lepas balik ni, tolonglah, separate your waste. 14 jenis waste. Go and open your eyes, there's so much waste in the house. Where you can separate, you can resell. Kalau ada maids, I used to have a maid 10 years ago lah. I suruh maid to jual, and whatever money she gets, she can keep. Good for them. They buy the, phone punya ni kan? For the food. So there are ways and means. Just think out of the box, do something. Don't complain nak tunggu kerajaan saja forever and ever. Kerajaan will be in deficit. Can tell you that.
Alright, thank you, Madam Kena. So I do agree with her. Just don't wait for the government. We start with ourselves. I did a few research. I have background in hotel management. I did a few research on consumer perceptions on greens. It's very interesting. Find out that the hotel guests found it. They don't want to give up on the services. For example, replacing, changing of bed linen and everything. Yet they talk about going greens. It's contradict. When they don't want to let go of the service. At the same time, they want to be going greens. That is issue that I encountered during research in hotel guests. For example, a simple, I guess it will start with education. How to educate our guests, general public. For example, today, we've been served a small plate during the break. That is an example of a simple way of hotels, to reduce waste. We tend to take larger portion if we use a bigger plate, for example. We start with very small kind of things, and it's not necessary to be high tech. Okay, last questions before we open it to the floor. So what can we do to educate the general public on the joint effort of the going green, and to ensure the sustainable development goal can be achieved? Can we start with Madam Kara? How can we educate the general public on the going greens?
When you want the general public to go green, start with yourself, and then start with your family. Start with your children, start with your grandchildren, start with your siblings. My siblings, my husband's siblings are all green now. Yeah, he's got 9 in the family, I've got 6, all of us are green. Green living lah, green living. We go around with metal things in our handbags. So it's that, you start first, and that will multiply. No use on spending so much, hundreds of thousands of billboards, on television advertisement, on this character nobody. Really, you got to start with yourself. That's all I can say. All right. If you all don't go, you go home and you don't start it. Sorry lah. That's it. I can't say much more.
How about Mr. Munib? How to educate, especially the millennials, the Generation Zs, especially on going greens?
I think there's 2 parts to this. One is allowing people to do, especially when you talk about government side, allowing people to experiment. Because just to give you one example, there's this project in Batam Bajuntai. So this gentleman, he's been going around randomly planting moringa tree everywhere. And there was complaints from the government, you are planting public property, you are not allowed to do that. So he was actually stopped from doing good work which he was randomly doing for the benefit of the society. Only later when they realized that actually he's having a much better impact on the crime rate, etc., on the people who were there, then they said, okay, they let go of him and let him do what he was doing. I mean, let people try. Of course, especially when people try, like for example, composting. Everybody has a complaint, oh, there's going to be smell. Yeah, maybe there's going to be a bit of smell. Maybe there's going to be a bit of rats. When people start, they do make mistakes. So you got to bear that, burden of the initial jump where they are trying. Then they get to the solution and they improve it. So a lot of times these initiatives get hampered because somebody complains or something, oh, this is not normal, and then they're not doing. So that's one part from the government side. The second part is it does not have to be something specific, like waste is one area, growing a plant is another. Any one of these initiatives can be started. And when they start, even if they start one initiative, they start going into the next. They will start doing other things, like anybody who starts planting, sooner or later they start doing food separation because they want to make their free compost. Just to give you an idea again, last year we did a small project within the community with the local masjid, with the police as well as the school. So we did composting. We got their food waste and we helped them with another partner agency, Green Steps. So we used to do composting with them. And one of the things that really viraled in the Facebook was in masjid they started giving out the free compost. So they said just take the small packet of free compost and take it for free. Even non-Muslims, all the people who came to the masjid, they said, okay, we want to see. And they wanted to take the free compost. That became a very big viral thing. Out of all the other activities, that stood out. A lot of interest came. There were people who were going out of their way, going to their neighbor's house, collecting their waste and bringing it to us. To that level. So there is a lot of good things that can come from a small initiative. It does not matter which initiative it is. Is it the straw? Is it the planting? Is it the waste separation? Allow people to experiment. That's the key. By experimenting and innovating and finding local solutions, we can move ahead very fast.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. And last but not least, Mr. Nizar, how to educate the general public on going greens, from your perspective of building and designing, for example. How you can ensure that your client, for example, are choosing the green concept compared to other conventional building types.
Okay. Actually, I agree with the Madam Khairiyah about we started on ourselves actually, but some of them they also not really know how to do that because they don't have any guideline, or maybe they don't have any people approach, or they don't know about where to start actually. So maybe how does want to open it to the public itself, or the building itself? How did they design some of the, let's say, for the design which is not really made on what is the local agenda required. Maybe they just do depend on what they like to do, not really follow the Malaysia guideline or the local agenda itself. Sometimes they are quite busy to fulfill on the client, but not much pay attention to attending the seminars. This is very, very important for them actually. Let's say for the advisor involvement on the every project, which is to help local authority how they improve to make the sustainable is look to working with their what they want to see on the perspective.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nisa. Okay, then next I will open questions and answers to the audience. I have 4 bags from Tourism Selangor there. I will just open it to at least 4. Okay. You can introduce yourself and direct whether you want the question to be directed to certain panels or open it to any panels.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon, I think. I'm Muhammad Sukri, a lecturer from the Faculty of Applied Sciences. Basically, this conference is quite different from my field, but I'm quite interested to listen on about it. Okay, my question is specific to Mr. Nizam, because I had a great opportunity to talk with you early of the morning about the business of the company. I got inspired being a young entrepreneur, according to the intention or the objective of your company to take the challenge to materialize or to make real the concept of big data, the IR 4.0, and then the IoT to the real life applications. So from your explanation just now, it looks like your company is talking about, or your business is about build up a system to monitor and also visualizing the needs of local authority. This is for the beneficial for the sustainable of the environment of the city, and also to increase the income generation by taxing and monitoring for the local authority, as well as for the safe living community as well. So I believe your attention should be aligned. It's already aligned with the sustainable development goals. When I checked, what I understand, you are matched with goal number 11, which is sustainable cities and community. It means that you try to translate the data presentation and visualization from 1D into 3D in one room in a common center that you have in the region. So, by related to this, the title, is it the green is expensive or the green is inconvenient or time consuming? So I believe by transfer 1D into 3D, by using renewal from paper into IoT, you already implement the concept of greener. But yeah, it is greener, but it is expensive because it's involving a lot of money to build up the software, BIM, GIM, whatsoever. So my question is, my explanation is too long, but my question is very short. What is inspired you is the local or the Malaysian to implement or to make this real, to introduce the concept of smart city in our country. This is my question. What is inspired you to bring the concept of smart city introduced to our local governments? What is so important?
Thank you for the question. Okay, first of all, about the data. Some of the data which is on the local authorities, they don't have much data which is on the fingertips. That data they have, but on the paper, which is they need to open back all the books or the filing, the previous file, maybe the file already in the store. So from there, we are giving advice to the client how from that on the paperwork itself, how do we transfer it to the visualization, make it for them to understand, to plan what happened, and then from that data itself, it's very useful. Yes, there is a what I call system which is on the local authority. They have implement every department, but that data which is not really combining. That data is very important for the, let's say, for the top management, what to do, what to plan on their what I call organization. About to implement this smart city project, yeah, it's really expensive. It costs quite huge number and will take longer time to implement. But it's good to start now for the smart city, or to digitize it. Actually, the simple way is to digitize all the information, because at the end, when they want to request all the data, so they always say that there is no data, we don't have much data, or that data we cannot find it on the filing. So from there, we're thinking that how does the visualization to helping on the government itself to make it a better decision making, to improve their what I call management itself.
Right. So I hope that answers your questions. I mean, yes, obviously in green technology you need a huge investment, but you need to think in the long run. The cost savings after you and benefit that the green technology will bring you in the long run. Okay, I open to the next gentleman there. Alright, so Mike, please.
Okay, thank you so much to the organizer. Actually, I'm Oliver from Faculty of Architecture, Planning and Surveying. I'm a lecturer in the UITM. For me, actually, sometimes if we discussing the green lifestyle or green environment, actually, for me, my major concern is a happy lifestyle. Are we applying practicing the happy lifestyle? Actually, for the happy lifestyle, that's why we become green lifestyle. For example, why I don't want to use a plastic container or plastic bottle. Actually, based on some research, the plastic container or plastic bottle will increase the problem of reproduction actually. So nanti kita susah beranak if we using so many plastic actually. And also some articles say that using more plastic will become increase the risk for cancer actually. So why using something is unhealthy for us? So first thing, if the thing is good for us, help, especially the health aspect, and also good for the environment, why not? We apply it. So first concern for me is a happy lifestyle, and then go to green. So for me, it's green and happy lifestyle is a more important concern for us. Especially the principle number 1, real declaration about sustainable development. What is the principle number 1? So the principle number 1 mentioned that human health is a major concern of sustainable development. So if we will take care of the environment, actually it's good for us. So actually we are selfish. We just take care of ourselves. It's good enough already. And then we already take care of the global issue. And then good for all actually. Okay, I think this is my little suggestion. Thank you.
Any panels want to retract back on the happy lifestyle, kind of a healthy lifestyle, yeah?
Actually, very well said. One of the biggest reasons why people come into the sustainable lifestyle from our research is health. I mean, everybody has somebody, their own relatives close by who has, had a chronic disease, has cancer or other lifestyle issues. So naturally people do start thinking. It's just we hope that they start thinking early enough so that they don't actually end up having those chronic diseases and make a lifestyle change. Again, there's two parts to this. One is reducing the toxic inputs in our life, and the second is actually adding the nutrition-rich food that we need, the no foods with too much pesticides, etc. So it's a good point that you mentioned about sustainability. Thank you.
Okay, can I just add? Most importantly, when we want a healthy lifestyle or whatever, there must be the awareness level. I think when you are in the urban area, highly educated, you're very aware of these things because you read a lot, you are exposed to this amongst your friends and all that. I mean, if you want to know about microplastics or the effect on you, the effect of pesticides, for example. So it's a matter of choice, but first there must be the awareness amongst our population. All right, so how to create awareness? A lot of information sharing.
Oh, I think it's me. So I'll explain my name. My name is Eugene. I think like Professor, I lived a long time in Europe, 20 years in UK. I'm a product of a quadruple helix. I'm from the private sector, seconded to an NGO established by a politician in Malaysia. And I do academic research on youth-adult partnership when I have the time. I have straight to the point questions. What do you think of a green report card for our decision makers, politicians, vice chancellors, academics on their behavior and being green? I was in Parliament yesterday and they had a questionnaire and I just said, what you could do is teach our members of Parliament, senators, and decision makers how to use the toilet, as in turn off the taps and not mess it up so someone has to waste detergent cleaning it up again. That might translate into behavior for the public. The second thing, second question, what do you think of a CSR pool fund? Because CSR, I lived in Europe, I said, and I worked in the private sector for a long time. CSR, in Asia, I noticed is very much based on your cable, who you know in the board of directors. So many good projects do not translate into reality, right? Very good projects, but it's who you know. So what do you think of a pool fund with rated? And the final one, as Dr. Sanjay pointed out, right? We have some, SEDA now has got, I know the SEDA people from a long time ago, but SEDA has some really good ideas. Universities have, many of them have land spaces, right, where you could have walkways with thin film solar, which you can then use for the P2P programs. And the other area is waste management. For a little while, I was Setio Sekanan of GYM in one of our leading universities, where 27,000 students, the amount of waste of food products, and besides that, university spent 12 million on food alone in a year, right? So these things are real issues which you can challenge. So just those 4 questions, right? What do you think? And are these good ideas which can be taken up by the right?
I have been always, hoping that there'll be a green party. Bukan PAS, yeah? No, a party that really talks about the environment, about caring, about people, very people-oriented political party that, is empathetic to the real issues at hand, all right? But of course in Malaysia, nobody talks about green except for the Minister of Environment, and they leave it at that. It's something that doesn't go across the board. A lot of ministers and political parties are working in silos. The ministries are working in silos, many of them, and the departments and the agencies. There's no one common goal. And when you talk about green report card, let's do that. Suggest that if you have ministers, you're close to the Prime Minister, even the Prime Minister also must make a green report card. All of them, they should be responsible. As for the CSR pool, I think that is a great idea. Perhaps you could, especially for smaller companies. The bigger ones like Nippon and all, they have the extra money for CSR. But for the smaller companies, we I'm a very, very small company, SMEs. We can play a role in many, many ways. But to really make an impact, perhaps we could go into that pool of funds, if there is one. I can't remember the other questions, but if universities are the best place to start for going green. I think I've got a friend who now left UTM. UTM started going on a not zero carbon, but neutral carbon university, wanted to become a neutral carbon university. That means what you put in is what you get out, So they've started on that. There's a great awareness, and they've done a lot of actions at the university. So it's a good place to start, universities, really. Of course, the schools should be the first, not from kindergarten to primary, secondary school. But if it's too late for that, they're not aware now, that start at universities,
Just a few comments on a couple of things. Firstly, in terms of the people, one of the key things in permaculture design is interconnections between different elements in a system. What is the one thing that will change the real scene on the ground? Is the people. So permaculture speaking, there's ethics, three main ethics: people care, earth care, and fair share. So people care is the key area where we need to change. Like for example, you said, let's have them a report card. Ask each one of us individually, what do I need to do to change? And there you go. It's like suddenly when you personal, you start thinking, I don't know where I'm going to start. And so that's the problem where we have right now. So if you can teach the member of the parliament, the people who are involved, to actually break that, to have that awareness of what they need to do, then that can spread out. So that's a wonderful initiative. But again, the knowledge, when it comes to personally what they can do, that knowledge gap still exists and needs to be taken care of. The CSR part, there's two things I like to think about CSR. CSR is great to jumpstart initiatives, which we are all talking about, and I believe in that. But the real CSR, the way I see it, is businesses have to become green. They have to realize that their input of CSR is not, okay, I pollute this city, I do a lot of damage, and okay, I pay a bit of CSR on the side. No, let's change our processes and make sure whatever we do actually does not do damage. So rather than consumers collecting these laptops, etc., the company making them should think of how does the consumer resend. I mean, now there are people in the world who are doing this, like washing machines, big items. They will collect it back at the end of the life. So how does the company itself take care of so-called in legal terms duty of care? Go all the way. Let's put that ingrained inside the sustainable thinking. The universities, I personally, again, am very, very supportive of the idea. I believe I originally came from IIUM, International Islamic University. I always tell them you're a garden of knowledge and virtue. Let's make that garden productive. And there's thousands of fruit trees inside, I know, but I don't know where the fruit is going. So let's let the staff and students enjoy the benefits of those fruits. So not only that university, but many other universities. Again, what I've seen is, like for example, there's a particular university that's been doing composting for about 10 years. But the resource allocation to that initiative is like, oh, you're the rubbish person. There is not enough seriousness on that. There is somebody who's doing it, but it's on the side, it's on the corner side, nobody knows about it. I mean, so it's not really taking off that seriously. They do a lot with that little bit of resource that they have, but if you support such initiatives much more, they will become the examples. Because I personally see the youth as the main, the group that will lead this sustainable movement in the future. That's why my research is on that right now. The people who just graduate, they get new money after their first job, and they have not figured out their so-called hobbies and how they busy their time. If they get into these green initiatives right after graduation, they're in the right way. We just need 10% of people to change, and that'll be enough to support whatever you need for the rest of the community. So that's a great thing to move into the universities, whatever way possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And one last question. So, okay. I'll take two. Right.
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Azhar Puisi. Opinions. abolish, let's not abolishing on banning or use single plastic is one decision. You is banned. They don't ban. They use plastic bag, straw to ban. But you couldn't find plastic. And leave that product banned. Packaging. Well, the packaging is a lot of plastic. It's colorful. But it become, you go to Japan, you would like to buy gift. Wrapping plastic is very nice. But Japan don't ban plastic. But we take different approach. We put, like Indonesia, ban plastic. So, I think that is one decision. There are other needs to do that. Because plastic, you just get ready to handle it. It's banned, it's easily out there. It's just easy way to do, just ban it. But we don't really solve it. Plastic, I don't think it's a big problem for me. We have technology we can handle it. But the issue is collection, habit, and behavior. So I think it's a big challenge. So I see your opinion. I think from Gary, your opinion. What is it? What you should?
You're talking about plastic. Okay, the reality is we cannot get away from plastic. It's everywhere, everything. Hello, your old badge, your conference badge is plastic. Don't realize that, huh? Okay, UITM, if you can get people to hand over that plastic casing we put after the conference, that savings of plastic, we reuse for another conference, right? The recent Asia Pacific Urban Forum in Penang, no plastic, we just had a tag, and no plastic bottles. You cannot get away from plastic. It's a reality of life, okay? Because even for medicine, you need plastic. Everything's plastic. But the thing is, do not refuse single-use plastic. Dan you pakai kejap aja, lepas tu balik buang. That is a single-use plastic. Okay, you can't reuse it because there's microplastics in there. But this can be reused and reused. This is plastic. If you go to market, get your wife, kalau beli barang tu kan, biar loose. Jangannya dah wrap in plastik. Saya kalau pergi pasar section 6 tu, tak payah plastik. Dia want to wrap plastik, tak payah, masuk saja dalam bag saya. Timbang and masuk dalam bag. Okay? And at home you wrap it in newspaper ke, whatever paper, to keep in the fridge. That's why I refuse to go to Jaya supermarket or whatever. Yang everything is plastic. Horrifying. Everything is plastic. Then you balik, you throw away the plastic. That shouldn't be. Single-use plastic itu yang dangerous too. However, there are new technologies. Right, I just got a video. In India, they're making roads now out of plastic. Crushed bottles and everything, they're turning into a new technology they're using as roads. And of course, certain parts of India are very, very hot, but apparently it's working now. Over 20,000 kilometers of roads are now using plastic, they mix it. There is also, I got a video through WhatsApp, there's also a lady scientist in Israel and her colleagues who've now done a new type of plastic, and it's like cling wrap, cling wrap tu kan? But when they test it and put in water, it dissolves immediately compared to our plastic, which for 1,000 years it will not dissolve. Okay, so the new people now are inventing with new technology, new knowledge, scientific research and all that, inventing new kinds of plastic. But it will take some time before it comes to our country. But in the meantime, just help the environment a little bit by refusing single-use plastic. You guna sekali itu you buang. Straw guna sekali buang. Takkan nak use again kan? Takkan restaurant nak wash and use again. Oh, that's so unhealthy. But the use of single-use plastic, that's the one that we try to avoid. Okay. By the way, my granddaughter who's in kindergarten, she refused the school giving her Vitagen. And the teacher called my daughter-in-law and said, your daughter refused Vitagen given by the school every day. Why is that? You ask the child, is that because it's in plastic, mommy. 5 years old. So I don't know where she learned it from. But it's everything, it's pervasive now. Okay. Kena ajar lah anak-anak kita, cucu-cucu kita. Start from ourselves. What you say lah, Majid.
Right, one last question, okay, before we wrap the sessions, okay.
Okay, I'm Aliza from Shah City Council. My question is to Madam Khairah Dalha. Okay. I'm very inspiring and motivate. Every time I attend your speech regarding the green sustainability. Honestly, I do practice it all your good green habit that you mentioned it, but normally it doesn't work prolonged, just sustain 1 or 2 months only. So, Madam, can you share with us now how we can motivate and push ourselves to make it as a culture and good habits like you? Thank you.
It's not it's to be sustained, you know.
Oh, okay, macam mana ya? It's here, in the heart, in the heart. If you and in the mind. This one says whatever you do, you know how much carbon is generated, kan? Tak tahu berapa kilo of carbon pun tak apalah, but you've gone through the course lah, Aniza, right? You know how much carbon is generated. It's always in your mind. How much carbon can be sequestered as a planner if you do lots of parks, trees, you know, 1 acre of trees sequester like 42,000 kilograms of carbon a year, you know, that kind of thing. So data tu ada, cuma kita aware ke tak aware. But even if you don't know, I throw away this, kan, I'm alone, but Shah Alam ada 680,000 people, right? 680,000 people buang ni every day, datang 4-5 kali. How much is that going to the landfill? You ada berapa saja? And not only that, but you're spending so much money. You're getting the trucks. You have to buy more trucks. You get Alam Flora. You pay Alam Flora. And then, you know, the fee to collect the rubbish. You pay tipping fees. Semua tu duit majlis. Hello, I want you to repair my road, ma. Put all the lighting, bright lighting, so I'll be feeling safe. I want to put more parks in the garden so my grandchildren can run around. Where to get the money? The money is from savings when you properly dispose of your rubbish. First of all, refuse single-use plastic. Or refuse single-use anything lah, you know. Recycle, reuse. Ladies love to match tudung and handbag and shoes. Beli baju purple must have purple. Beli baju putih must have putih. You know, so every time we consume. And one of the ways, one of the SDG, I can't remember which SDG, says on responsible consumerism. That means you reduce your consumption and production of goods. Then you save the resources of the world. Kita kena fikir pasal macam linking tau. I do this, it impact on this, it impact on this, it impact on this, it impact on this. Macam tu. Barulah you fikir, oh yeah, it comes from the heart because you C-A-R-E, you care. Sebagai ibu, sebagai nenek, don't you care? Sebagai bapa, sebagai brothers, sebagai sister, don't you care about your own city, your own environment? Kita takkan, you know, and I don't care. See, I have to do something while I'm still alive. I don't know how much more I'm living, how, you know, Allah can take my life anytime. But at least I transferred my heart and my caring to kepada community, my siblings, my family, my community. So I'm doing crusading now. I'm hardly in my office doing consultancy work, yeah, Aniza. I'm doing more for community, especially DBKL community lah, because I'm advisory council there. Shah Alam tak nak tak apalah, tapi I do it for other cities lah. Okay.
Alright, okay. Just like to quickly add on this because it's a personal thing, which you mentioned there. It's about, you know, starting something. We all have that vision of starting something and then after a while stops. Personally, again, I say this. She actually mentioned quite a number of things which was very, very particular, which I usually say to youth. Number one is understand your why. Either you say, okay, I'm not going to do it because, you know, this is how status is. But if you choose to say, no, I do believe in making a change, then be serious about it. So every now and then we forget. Personally also I do that. We all forget. I personally feel if you keep learning, so you go to a talk like this, you get new motivation. Then you listen. Today now everybody can have audiobooks in your car while you're driving. 10 minutes you can finish a few books already. The more you learn, the more you keep exposing yourself. Like 2 days back I saw this documentary on meat production, what it does to your health again. So I've been, you know, on and off weekday vegetarian for a long time. For a long time I stopped sugar, 4 years plus, and then forget, okay, the, you know, society comes in and you start again. watch another video, and immediately next day, no more meat. I'm not going to have meat for another 1 week, 2 weeks, cleanse myself again. You know, every now and then. So keep educating yourself. It's not like one conference will change you. You've got to keep learning. And there's sometimes something, some particular thing, even within the permaculturist, there's something that moves you, and then the big change happens. You don't know what it is. It might come from, you know, understanding the patterns in nature. It might come from appreciating soil. We have our kids who just spend half an hour just playing with soil. They just love it. They just get into it. We have stories of, you know, people from silicon industry going and doing farming and weeping and crying because they've never touched soil before. So you don't know which is the turning point. Keep educating yourself and the society around you, and you'll get there.
Right, with that answer, then I conclude. Right, so to complete the discussions, you know, keep educating yourself and also start with yourself. You know, the going green things must start from yourself. Alright, with that, a big applause to all the awesome panelists, Mr. Muhammad Nizam Muhammad Ghaffar, Madam Khaira Talha, and Mr. Munif Yusof. With that, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'll pass back to Mr. MC.
Alright, thank you. I would like to request to all our panelists and moderators to remain on the stage for the next session. We'll be giving away a token of appreciation to all our panelists and moderators. So for that, I would like to invite Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Datin Dr. Anis Asman, accompanied by Dr. Siti Haja up on stage to give away the token of appreciation to all our forum panelists and moderators. Okay, I would like to request Mr. Muhammad Nizam bin Muhammad Jafar, Director MNJ Teras Sedia Perak, to receive his token of appreciation. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Mrs. Khairia Talha from KW Associate Planners. And then our panel number 3, Mr. Munif bin Yusuf from Urban Hijab. And last but not least, to show our appreciation to our moderator, Encik Muhammad Nur Ismail Ismail, Faculty of Hotel and Tourism, UAE. Right, thank you to all our panelists. So, may I request all panelists and moderators to take a group photo on stage.